This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. Silent roads. That is how my Christmas Eve began. I was alone in the car, driving through a rural area covered in a light blanket of snow. My plan was to reach my family's house before dawn, so I started my trip in the late evening, hoping to pass the quieter highways without distractions. The heater in my sedan worked, but my fingers still felt stiff around the steering wheel. I kept the speed low because the road was slick, and there were no streetlights for long stretches. My headlights showed only a narrow path through the darkness. I noticed patches of ice now and then, and I tried to stay calm by focusing on the lines on the pavement. The clock on my dashboard read 12:15 a.m. I remembered that it was officially Christmas, but I felt no celebration. My mind was on the road and the constant blur of white flakes drifting in front of my windshield. I looked at the passenger seat and saw a half-empty bottle of water and a bag of snacks. I felt hunger in my stomach, but didn't want to stop. I hoped to keep my momentum until I reached the next town. Then, in my rearview mirror, I noticed a faint glow. At first, it was barely noticeable, but it soon formed into the shape of headlights at a distance. I assumed another driver was also heading in the same direction. I relaxed a bit because the idea of not being completely alone on that empty road gave me some comfort. I returned my attention to the route. My GPS was still working, though the signal sometimes flickered. I had about 2 hours left to drive, and I thought everything would go smoothly if I just focused. Those headlights stayed behind me at what seemed like the same distance. They did not grow brighter, and they did not fade away. I watched them in the mirror. I felt a slight twinge in my shoulders and realized I had begun to tense up without knowing it. After several miles, I started to wonder why the other car did not get closer. I was not driving fast. If they wanted to pass, they could have. But they stayed at that exact spot in my mirror. I tried to ignore it. I turned on the radio to a static-filled channel. I pressed the seek button, hoping for some holiday music or maybe a talk show. Every station crackled. I switched it off to avoid the disturbing hiss. I told myself that everything was fine. Other drivers might prefer to keep a steady distance. Maybe they felt safer back there on the icy road. I inhaled a slow breath, kept my gaze forward, and continued. My eyes shifted to the rearview mirror several times. The headlights never changed their position. I felt sweat forming on my back, and my palms got damp. The heater pumped warm air, but it felt uncomfortable. I tried rolling down the window a crack to let in some fresh air, but the cold wind slapped my face, and I had to close it again. An intersection appeared ahead. The sign was old and covered in snow, but I recognized the shape of the crossroad. I eased off the gas to see if the other car would catch up or reveal itself. My tires crunched on the icy surface as I slowed. I looked at the mirror, expecting those headlights to brighten if the driver matched my new pace. Instead, I saw nothing. No lights, no car. The entire road behind me was empty. My heart thumped. I glanced around, but there was no place a car could have turned off that quickly. There were no driveways or side roads. It was just open fields covered in white. Yet the lights were gone. I almost laughed at myself, thinking I might have zoned out and imagined it. Maybe they had turned off miles ago, and I only noticed late. I shrugged, took a slow breath, and turned onto the left road, the one my GPS indicated. The intersection sign was old, and I couldn't read the markings well, but I trusted the device for directions. I merged onto a more secluded stretch of highway. The silence pressed on my ears. The wind made a low whistle through the cracks in my windows, and the tires hummed. After a few miles, the trees gave way to open farmland. Snow draped the fields like a thin sheet. My dashboard clock read 12:45 a.m. The heater created a small bubble of warmth inside the car. I tried to calm down, but my chest felt tight. While rounding a gentle curve, I saw a flicker of light in the mirror. It started as a glimmer, then took the shape of the same headlights again. They were closer this time, bright and a bit intrusive. I clenched my hands on the steering wheel and stared at the mirror for several seconds. My eyes watered from the strain. The car behind me did not swerve or flash its lights. It just followed. I flipped on my hazard lights briefly, tapping them twice, trying to signal. No response. The other car never changed speed or lighting. My breathing got shallow, and I felt a tightness in my chest. The rational part of my mind told me to relax. Maybe this was just a coincidence. Another driver might be behind me, unaware of how nervous it was making me. I slowed down a bit, hoping they would pass. They did not. They kept the same distance, adjusting their speed when I adjusted mine. My heart rate sped up each time I looked back. After a few more minutes, I decided to pull over at the next safe spot. I saw a small clearing near a roadside fence. I signaled and pressed the brakes. I wanted the other car to go around me. As I stopped, the snow crackled under my tires. I waited, hands gripping the wheel, eyes glued to the mirror. But when I stopped, the lights disappeared. There was no car passing by. There were no headlights visible on the road behind me. The darkness swallowed everything. I looked around for any sign of movement. The farmland was still, the sky was dark, and the snow drifted softly under the glow of my headlights. I felt exposed, so I drove away again, determined to reach a more secure place. My mind raced. I thought I might be overtired. I even considered calling my family to let them know I was feeling strange, but my phone showed no signal bars. I gritted my teeth and pressed on. I stayed on that road for another 10 or 15 minutes. I noticed a faint sign for a rest area up ahead. When I saw the small turnoff, I felt some relief. I slowed and pulled into a parking area with a single wooden bench and an old trash can. There was a street light, but it flickered. The snow on the ground was about an inch thick, and nobody had parked there recently. I stepped out of my car, my boots crunching in the ice. The cold air hit my lungs, and I shivered. I listened for any engine sounds. The air was silent except for the wind. I rubbed my arms and looked around. I saw empty fields on every side. The faint outlines of fences and distant barns sat in the darkness. There was no sign of that other vehicle. My breath created little clouds in front of my face. I felt uneasy, but also somewhat relieved. I considered staying there for a few minutes to gather my thoughts. I walked to the bench and brushed off some snow. My legs felt stiff, so I paced around for a moment. The cold bit at my ears. I looked at my car, noticing the shape of my taillights, the small puffs of exhaust. I shook my head, wondering if I was just losing it from lack of sleep. I remembered stories about drivers seeing strange things late at night, illusions caused by exhaustion. I checked my watch. It was around 1:15 a.m. I realized I still had a decent drive ahead of me. I decided to get back on the road as soon as possible. Before climbing into the driver's seat, I glanced out at the highway. Two small lights appeared in the distance, low to the ground. They were headlights, far away. My stomach tightened. I quickly got into my car and locked the doors. My pulse pounded in my neck. The lights were approaching slowly. I wanted to see if it was that same car or just another traveler. The glow moved closer, then seemed to fade. I leaned forward, peering over my steering wheel. Nothing. The road looked empty again. I turned the key in the ignition. I tried to stay steady. I told myself I just wanted to get to my family's house. I did not care if I had to drive through every strange feeling. The notion of being followed or watched kept pushing into my head. My shoulders were tense and my jaw hurt from clenching. As I pulled out of the rest area, my headlights swept over the fence and the open field. The snow sparkled in the beam. The flickering streetlight behind me cast a weak glow. I merged onto the road, going slow at first, scanning both side mirrors. My heart thumped each time I expected those lights to appear, but for a few minutes there was nothing, just my car slicing through the silent landscape. Then, at a bend in the road, I saw them. They flared up behind me with no warning, much closer than before. I almost swerved when I saw how near they were. It felt like a personal intrusion, like someone was deliberately messing with me. The headlights stayed right behind me, not tailgating, but near enough that my rear window glowed. I considered speeding up, but I did not know these roads well, and the ice was a real danger. My heart hammered, my lips felt dry, and my palms felt slippery on the wheel. I wanted to do something decisive. I tapped the brakes lightly to signal that I was slowing. The headlights did not budge. I pressed the hazard lights again. No response. The car just kept pace. I flicked my turn signal right, thinking maybe I would turn onto a side road. But my GPS was not showing any real alternative. I felt trapped, stuck following my route while this other driver played games. At that moment, I was certain this was no coincidence. I felt panic in my chest, and I had to remind myself to breathe. I told myself to stay focused on the road, not on them. I tried not to look at the mirror, but my eyes kept darting there. I saw a sign for another turnoff about 1 mile ahead. The road looked narrower, but I thought it might lead to a small neighborhood, or at least a lit area. I decided I would try it. I slowed down, signaled, and turned onto that road. My headlights illuminated a cluster of small bushes and a crooked speed limit sign. The headlights behind me paused at the intersection. I saw them in my side mirror, shining in the distance. For a few seconds, they did not move. My body tensed, waiting. Then they vanished. It was as if someone had switched them off. The road behind was dark. I took a moment to breathe. My heart pounded, and I felt almost dizzy. My hands shook on the wheel. I drove down this side road for a few minutes. The GPS glitched, showing no route. The radio was still dead. Houses were sparse and all the lights were off. I passed a couple of barns, but there was no sign of life. I checked my phone again. No signal. I thought about parking at the next house, knocking on a door, and asking for help. But I had no evidence that anyone was actually hunting me. Also, it was 1:45 a.m. on Christmas morning, and I doubted anyone would welcome a stranger at that hour. I continued until the road curved back toward the main highway. I could see faint lights from far-off farmhouses. My stomach twisted. I dreaded the possibility that those headlights might appear again. I drove slow and steady, trying to keep my thoughts in check. Each time I glanced at the mirror, I saw nothing but darkness. After several minutes, I reached a junction where the sign pointed back to the main highway. I hesitated, but I had no choice. I needed to continue north to find my family's place. The intersection was deserted. I turned onto the highway. The snow was deeper here, and my tires occasionally slid. My headlights showed swirling flakes, some drifting sideways in the wind. The silence pressed down on me. I drove for another half hour without seeing any more lights behind me. My shoulders slowly relaxed, but my head pounded. My chest felt heavy, and I thought about how I would explain this to anyone. Maybe they would say I was exhausted and hallucinated. I felt more alert than ever, though, and every nerve was on edge. When I finally saw the sign for my family's exit, I felt a wave of relief. The clock read 2:30 a.m. I turned onto a smaller road that led to their neighborhood. At last, there were streetlights, though they were dim. I could see the occasional house with holiday decorations lit up on porches. My breathing calmed. I still glanced at the rearview mirror every few seconds, but I saw only my own taillights reflected on the pavement. I reached my parents' driveway and parked. My legs felt weak as I stepped out. The snow was deeper here, crunching loudly under my boots. I looked around one final time, half expecting to see those headlights flicker in the distance. I saw nothing but dark sky and quiet houses. The night was peaceful in a way that felt unnerving after what I had experienced. I entered the house with my keys shaking in my hand, certain that I would not sleep easily. I locked the door behind me, my body tense and my thoughts racing. I hoped to forget those lights, but I knew they would stay with me long after Christmas ended. Settled tension. That was my first impression when I stepped outside my friend's house after a late Christmas dinner. I had finished the last toast and said goodnight. The streets were quiet, and holiday lights were still glowing on every corner. I wanted to get home before the temperature dropped further. I tightened my coat, adjusted my scarf, and started walking. I felt a mild chill, and it was not just from the cold air. I sensed something wrong, but I could not define it. I heard soft music from a distant radio somewhere. Then it stopped. Only silence remained. The first block seemed normal, with bright lights in windows and inflatable snowmen on several lawns. I moved at a steady pace, feeling the crunch of snow beneath my boots. My breath showed in small clouds each time I exhaled. I glanced at the decorations around me. Trees glowed with multicolored bulbs, plastic reindeer lit up yards, and warm tones came from inside the windows. I was alone on the sidewalk, and I saw no cars passing by. The holiday felt calm, but also strangely empty. I noticed that some houses had turned off their outdoor lights for the night. In one yard, there was a dim figure that looked like a Santa statue. I paused for a second to get a better look. It was just a large plastic display, half covered by a flannel sheet. I exhaled and resumed my pace. My footsteps sounded louder than usual. Each step echoed against the pavement, and I felt my heartbeat pick up. I tried to shrug it off, but my nerves made me look around. On the opposite side of the street, I caught a quick glimpse of movement near a tall tree. The area was dark because the streetlight had burned out. My eyes struggled to adjust, and I did not see anything else. Maybe it was the wind rustling branches. I wondered if I should cross the street or just keep going. I decided to keep my route because it was faster. I sped up slightly, telling myself I was just cold and tired. I passed another block with houses that were more modest in their decorations. Some had plain white lights, others had none at all. I heard a faint mechanical hum from somewhere, possibly a heater or a generator. The sound was out of place in that quiet neighborhood, but I forced myself to ignore it. I kept walking, breathing in short bursts. My stomach felt tight, and my shoulders were stiff. I tried to focus on reaching the next intersection, which had better lighting. Halfway through the block, I looked over my shoulder. I did not see anyone, but I still felt something off. My ears picked up a gentle scraping sound, like a shoe against concrete. It stopped as soon as I paused. My pulse quickened, and I scanned the area. Across the street, a few yards had small fences and tall evergreen trees with Christmas ornaments. None of them seemed to move. The windows of most houses were dark, but I saw faint flickers from television sets behind curtains. I wondered if I should knock on a door, but it felt too dramatic. I just wanted to get home. When I turned the next corner, I saw a yard filled with more decorations than I had ever seen in one place. There were multiple glowing snowmen, blinking candy canes, and at least a dozen reindeer figures. The lights were bright and flashed at intervals that seemed erratic. I noticed my eyes felt strained. I rubbed them, and for a moment the lights seemed to pulse in a pattern I could not predict. I blinked again, thinking it was just my imagination. Then I caught my reflection in the large front window of that house. My image appeared delayed by a fraction of a second, as if there were a slight lag. I froze, leaning in closer to confirm. My heart pounded. I saw only darkness behind the glass, no movement inside. I turned away, convinced I was overreacting. I heard a soft clack behind me, a sound like plastic tapping together. I spun around. Nothing. The wind blew a bit harder, and I felt it push my scarf back. I decided to walk faster. My feet made a brisk rhythm on the sidewalk, and my arms tensed at my sides. I felt as though someone was watching from a window, but every time I looked up, I saw only empty rooms or curtains drawn shut. My ears picked up the faint chirp of a distant porch alarm. It stopped after a few seconds. The quiet returned. My body felt uneasy, and each step made my knees ache a little from the cold. My face tingled from the freezing air. I started wishing I had taken a taxi or stayed overnight at my friend's place. The decorations seemed less cheerful now. The bulbs on some houses flickered, and I noticed a blow-up Santa figure collapsed on a lawn, half deflated, swaying in the wind. The entire block felt abandoned, with no cars, no people, and only those holiday decorations to keep me company. I reached a narrower street and realized I had strayed from my usual route. I was sure I had made the correct turn, but the environment looked unfamiliar. I saw a row of small houses, each with a single string of lights, all blinking in an irregular pattern. I decided to keep going, assuming I would eventually get back to a main road. My phone was in my purse, but the battery was nearly dead. I decided not to waste power on GPS. I walked with a sense of building tension. My mouth was dry, and I took shallow breaths. I kept telling myself I just needed to keep moving. Then I heard footsteps for certain. They were soft, but definite. I spun around and saw no one. I realized that each time I stopped, the footsteps stopped. I tried to calm down. Maybe it was just the echo of my own steps, or the sound of ice shifting under the sidewalk. But it felt too deliberate. I felt sweat on my neck despite the cold. I started walking again, and after a few yards, I paused suddenly. The echo steps continued for one extra beat, then ceased. My heart thudded. I walked faster, almost jogging, trying to reach a corner store or some place that was still open. The clock on my phone had shown it was nearly midnight, and I doubted anything nearby was open now. As I approached a new block, the houses displayed fewer lights. Some of them had simple wreaths on the doors, no bright bulbs. Street lamps were spaced far apart, casting minimal light. I saw my shadow stretch across the pavement, looking distorted and shaky. I turned my head to glance behind me. The sidewalk was empty, but I could not shake the feeling that eyes were on me. The air felt heavy. I tried to keep my head forward, focusing on the lights up ahead. At one point, I reached a house with an over-the-top arrangement of lights, figurines, and a tall plastic nutcracker on the porch. The eyes on that nutcracker were oddly detailed, and they seemed to stare at me. A movement behind a curtain inside the house caught my attention, but it was gone by the time I looked. My pulse raced. I wanted to cry out, but there was no one around to hear me. The entire neighborhood felt like a deserted stage, with me as the sole actor. I took a moment to center myself, breathing in and out, telling myself to stay calm. I needed to keep walking. I had to reach home or a familiar street. Then I realized I had passed the same block decorations twice. The house with the big Santa was on my left now, although it had been on my right before. My stomach dropped. I recognized the same pattern of reindeer on the lawn, the same inflated snowmen aligned near the sidewalk. It was impossible. I had taken several turns, but somehow I circled back. I felt my heart pound in my ears. The dread sunk deeper. I moved quickly, choosing a random direction, not bothering to check the street names. After a few minutes, I noticed the lights in one house flickering off and on. I paused to see if someone was at the switch, but I could not spot any silhouette. My nerves were on edge. I heard a faint hum again, like an electrical current. It felt close, vibrating under my feet. I forced myself onward. The footsteps behind me seemed more pronounced now, but each time I looked, I found only empty spaces. My scalp tingled and my hands trembled. I clenched them into fists to stop the shaking. I kept telling myself to stay logical. People hang holiday lights, they go to bed, and there is nothing sinister about it. But my breathing was shallow, and my mind kept leaping to worst-case scenarios. The night air was cold, my cheeks hurt, and my toes felt numb inside my boots. I wanted the comfort of my apartment. I wanted to lock the door and turn on all the lights. Instead, I was stuck in what felt like a looping path of decorated houses. Finally, I recognized my own street. I saw the row of houses with a tall oak tree near the corner. I exhaled, relieved, and walked faster. My building was a small single-floor house at the end of the lane. As I neared it, I saw that the lights inside were off. Usually, I left a lamp on, but I must have forgotten tonight. My yard had a small string of holiday lights around the porch. They were also off. I fumbled for my keys, stepping up to the door. I paused to catch my breath. The silence pressed in around me. My heart pounded. While fitting the key into the lock, I noticed a reflection in the brass doorknob. At first, it was just my own shape. Then behind me, a taller shape appeared, blurred and uncertain. My entire body went rigid. I turned around in one swift motion, ready to confront whatever or whoever was there. The street behind me was empty. The houses across the way had dark windows, and the only light came from a single flickering lamp at the end of the block. I heard nothing except the rush of blood in my ears. My hands shook as I pushed the door open. I stepped inside and closed it immediately. I slid the deadbolt into place. My chest felt tight, and I had to lean against the wall to steady myself. I reached for a switch, flicked it on, but the overhead light did not work. I moved to the living room lamp, switched it on, and the bulb flickered for a moment before giving off a weak glow. The relief I expected did not come. My mind raced with the image of that shape in the reflection. Could it have been a trick of the light? I dropped my purse on the small table near the door and listened. My place was silent, no hum of the heater, no ticking clock. The quiet seemed too heavy. I inched toward the window and peeked through the curtains. The street was deserted, and the holiday lights that were visible seemed less bright. I stood there for a minute, scanning the shadows. Nothing moved. Then I heard a faint tapping on the glass. I jumped back, heartbeat pounding. After several seconds, it did not repeat. Maybe it was just a branch of the nearby tree. I forced myself to breathe. I locked every window and tried to calm down. When I finally sat on my couch, I felt the ache in my legs. My thoughts kept returning to that second reflection in the doorknob. I could still feel the adrenaline in my veins. My phone battery was almost dead, so I plugged it in and waited for it to power up. I looked around my dark living room, feeling unsettled. The sense of being watched had not fully left me. I decided to leave the lights on for the rest of the night. I did not care about the electric bill. I just needed some sense of security. I stayed awake for hours, checking the window every so often. I never saw any movement outside. The houses across the street remained dark. A few Christmas lights continued blinking, but they looked dimmer than usual. My phone finally showed a small charge, and I texted a friend that I made it home safely, though I did not explain the details. By the time the sky began to lighten, I felt exhausted. I had not slept, and my nerves were still on edge. But in the daylight, everything appeared normal, and the tension lost some of its grip on me. I am still not sure who or what followed me that night. Maybe it was just my imagination after walking alone in a quiet neighborhood. But the delayed reflection, the strange footsteps, and the feeling of being trapped in a loop of decorated houses will stay with me. Each year when I see bright Christmas lights, I remember that unsettling walk. Even now, when I head home on a cold evening, I cannot help but glance over my shoulder, expecting to see a silhouette behind me. There is a trace of worry that has never faded since that night, a reminder that something about that particular Christmas Eve felt off in a way I still cannot explain. Unexpected pressure. That was my first impression when I pulled up to that lonely property on Christmas Eve. I had a list of deliveries, and this was the last one. The night was cold, the roads were nearly empty, and my shift should have ended an hour ago. I felt relieved as I drove through the long line of pine trees that led to the house, because I assumed I could drop off the package, snap a photo, and head home. But the moment I arrived, I knew something was off. I parked near the front door because there was no driveway, just a clearing in the snow. My delivery scanner showed no signature required, so I planned to leave the box, take a picture, and leave. The house was dark except for a small porch light overhead. There was no doorbell. I placed the package on the doorstep, aimed my phone's camera, and snapped a quick image. My fingers were stiff from the cold, and my breath escaped in small white clouds. As I turned to walk back to my car, something unusual caught my eye. A bright red envelope pinned to the door's wreath. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw my full name written on the envelope, first and last, spelled correctly. That felt strange because I was just a courier. No one should know my name. My instinct told me to walk away and ignore it, but curiosity got the better of me. I took the envelope off the wreath. It was sealed. I tore the flap open with my thumb, and my stomach tightened as I read the message. It said, "Merry Christmas to you. Step inside. Something is waiting for you upstairs." The handwriting was neat, almost fancy. I felt a chill go down my spine, and not from the weather. It made no sense. I glanced around, thinking maybe a neighbor was playing a prank or the homeowner had left it by mistake, but I saw no movement. The yard was surrounded by tall pine trees, and the house itself looked old. The windows were dark, and I could not tell if anyone was inside. The place felt too quiet, too still. I pressed my lips together, shoved the envelope into my pocket, and backed away. When I got to my car, I reached for the handle, but it did not budge. I tried again, thinking my fingers were numb, but the lock was stuck. I fumbled in my coat pocket for the key fob. I pressed the unlock button. No click, no usual beep. The battery might have died. I tried the manual key. The lock would not turn. My breathing sped up. This was not normal. I pulled out my phone to call for help. No bars. The signal was non-existent. I stood there, my breath quickening, looking at the empty road behind me. No headlights, no sign of life. The only source of light was the weak glow from the porch. The trees rustled in the wind, creating a low, consistent whisper. I clenched my hands, and my heartbeat thumped in my chest. My instincts screamed at me to find some solution, maybe walk back down the road until I found reception. But that was a long, dark path, and the air was icy. Then I heard a soft jingle, like a small bell ringing in the distance. It was faint, but distinct. The hair on my neck stood up. I could not pinpoint its direction. It happened again, a bit closer this time. I glanced at the envelope in my pocket. The message said something about going upstairs. I felt like I was being baited. I walked back to the porch, half expecting the door to be locked, but when I turned the knob, it opened easily. The door creaked. My heart pounded so loud I heard it in my ears. I stepped into a small foyer. I could see a narrow staircase on the left and a hallway that led to a dark kitchen on the right. There were no lights on inside, just a faint glow spilling in from the porch. The air smelled stale, with a hint of old wood and cold dust. I called out, "Hello, I have a delivery." My voice echoed in the stillness. No answer. I tried a light switch on the wall. Nothing. Either the power was off or the switch did not work. I edged forward, my boots clumping on worn floorboards. My breath came in short bursts. I did not want to go deeper, but I also did not want to stay in one spot. The note said something was upstairs, so I assumed that was the best place to check for a phone or anything that could help me with the car door. I moved to the base of the staircase, looking up into darkness. The steps were steep, and a dusty banister ran along the wall. My mouth felt dry. I tried to swallow, but my throat was tight. I placed one hand on the banister. The wood felt rough, and a few splinters poked through my glove. A slight creaking sound echoed with each step I took. Halfway up, I smelled something faint, like old mothballs or decaying paper. I paused, listening for any movement. Silence. At the top, I found a small corridor. There were 2 closed doors on the left, one door on the right, and a window at the end of the hall. Moonlight shone through that window, giving me just enough light to see. The handle on the first door felt cold. I turned it and pushed. The hinges squeaked, and I poked my head inside. It looked like a dusty bedroom with a bare mattress on a metal frame. No other furniture. I flicked the wall switch again. Still nothing. I whispered, "Hello?" No response. I stepped back into the hallway and tried the second door on the left. This room appeared to be a small office with a large wooden desk, a chair, and some shelves. Boxes were stacked against the wall. I examined the desk, hoping to find a phone or at least some clue. My hands shook as I opened a drawer. Inside, I found old papers, nothing relevant. Another drawer was empty. I forced myself to keep steady and check methodically. No phone, no flashlight, nothing that could help. My eyes darted around, and I realized the room was freezing. My breath came out in visible puffs. I backed out, feeling disappointed and uneasy. The third door on the right was slightly ajar. I nudged it open. It led to a smaller bedroom with a window that overlooked the yard. The moonlight illuminated the floor, but I saw no bed or furniture. It was mostly vacant. My footsteps echoed in the space. Then I noticed something on the windowsill, a small box wrapped in green paper. It had a red ribbon tied neatly around it. I approached it slowly, my heart rate climbing again. The box had a tag attached. It said my name. My hands trembled. I glanced out the window, hoping maybe I would see someone outside. The pine trees swayed in the wind, but there was no sign of a person. The yard was still. My car sat there with the headlights reflecting on the snow. I felt a wave of dread. Something was waiting for me, as the note had promised. I picked up the box. It was light. I pulled the ribbon, carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a single key, made of a dull metal. It had no label. I wondered if it was for my car. Relief mixed with panic. Why would someone set up this scenario, leaving a box with my name, containing a key? A sudden clang came from downstairs. It sounded like a door slamming shut. I jumped, nearly dropping the key. I shoved it in my pocket and hustled back into the hallway. My pulse pounded in my head. I tiptoed toward the stairs, leaning over the banister to peer down. I saw nothing. I called, "Hello?" Again, voice shaking. No answer. My instincts told me to get out. I took the steps carefully, worried the old wood might creak. Halfway down, I heard the jingle of that bell again. This time, it sounded closer, maybe in the foyer. My heart raced, and I forced myself to keep moving. When I reached the bottom, I felt a slight breeze. The front door was still open, but no one was visible. I darted outside, stepping onto the porch. The cold air stung my face. I looked around frantically. The yard was empty. The pine trees swayed and hissed in the wind. I rushed to my car and tried the door handle again. It was still locked, but now I had the key I found upstairs. I pressed the unlock button on my key fob, hoping maybe it would work. Nothing. I slipped the metal key into the lock, turned it carefully. It clicked open. I yanked the door, jumped inside, and slammed it shut. My breath came in shaky bursts. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over. Relief flooded me when the car started. I wasted no time. I put it in gear and backed out, wheels spinning on the snowy ground. I steered onto the narrow lane, headlights illuminating the tunnel of pine trees. A few hundred yards down the road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The house was almost out of sight, but I thought I saw a figure standing on the porch. I could not make out any details, just a tall, dark shape. My stomach twisted. I focused on the road, driving faster than I should on icy ground. My hands trembled on the wheel, and my chest felt tight. I stared straight ahead, convinced I needed to put as much distance between me and that house as possible. After about 10 minutes, my phone chirped, signaling a new area of coverage. I glanced at the signal bars. 2 bars, enough to make a call. I dialed my manager, but it went to voicemail. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That a random house locked my car and left me a key upstairs with my name on it? It sounded insane. I decided to keep driving until I reached a main road. The night felt even colder. When I finally got to a better-lit intersection, I pulled over by a closed gas station to collect my thoughts. My hands were shaking, and my face felt hot despite the cold air. I turned off the car and tried to breathe slowly. I still had that key in my pocket. I took it out, looked at it under the dome light. It had no markings, just a simple metal key that somehow matched my car. I wanted to throw it away, but something told me to hold on to it, as if it were proof that the entire situation happened. I never discovered who wrote that note or why they set up that bizarre invitation. I filed a report with my delivery company, explaining that I felt unsafe on a drop-off. They shrugged it off, said I should skip suspicious deliveries in the future. For weeks, I worried about seeing that red envelope again at my next stop. I still feel uneasy driving in remote areas. I remember the instant chill when I saw my name on that envelope, the sensation that someone was playing a silent game with me. Even now, whenever I deliver a package to an isolated house, I flash back to that porch. I recall that cold draft inside the hallway and the jingle of a distant bell. I remember the key in the upstairs room, wrapped in bright holiday paper. Every year around Christmas, I feel that tightness in my chest. I wonder who left that note and whether they ever expected me to do something else. I still cannot explain why my car was locked or how that key appeared upstairs. All I know is that I will never forget the rush of fear that crept over me in that empty house on a night when most people were celebrating. I have never felt so unprepared for what awaited me behind a silent door. Unexpected unease. That was what I felt the moment I stepped out into the cold on Christmas Eve. I told myself I just needed a quick walk to clear my mind. The holiday stress weighed on me, and the idea of a short loop through the neighborhood park sounded pleasant enough. The plan was simple. Enter the park near the playground, circle around the pond, and come out at the far gate. Then I would return home, warm up with some tea, and call it a night. It seemed straightforward when I left the house around 9:30. The sidewalks were mostly deserted, and the fresh snowfall covered everything with a thin, crisp layer. My breath made small clouds in front of me. I passed 2 houses with their lights on, spotted some Christmas trees through living room windows, and heard muffled voices or laughter. Everyone else seemed to be enjoying the holiday inside their cozy homes. The street lamps flickered slightly, a reminder that this part of town hadn't seen upgrades in a while. Still, I felt relatively safe because I had strolled this route many times. The park lay just a few blocks away, though the path looked eerily empty. As I approached the park entrance, I noticed the gate stood open, no visible staff or signs of security. Not surprising, this was a small neighborhood park that never really closed, especially not on a holiday. A single lamppost near the gate cast a weak yellow glow on the ground, illuminating footprints in the snow, mostly older than mine. The footprints led in various directions, but I didn't see anyone else. The night was quiet, except for the faint sound of wind rustling through bare branches. I stepped onto the park's paved path. The snow squeaked under my shoes, and I tugged my scarf tighter around my neck. I passed by a row of benches. Each bench was coated with a thin layer of snow. One had a half-finished coffee cup sitting on it, frozen in place. The sight made me wonder if someone else had been here earlier in the evening. I saw no movement, though. The overhead lamps gave off an uneven glow. Some were flickering, and a few were completely dark, leaving stretches of the path in shadow. My eyes darted around, noticing the empty playground area to my right. The swings hung motionless, chains creaking softly when the breeze picked up. I kept walking, reminding myself that it was normal for a park to be empty on a cold Christmas Eve. I tried to steady my breathing. My heart rate was slightly elevated, and I couldn't pinpoint why. I noticed my footsteps echoing in my ears. Each step felt louder than it should. I told myself I was just jumpy because of the holiday tension and the cold air. Still, my shoulders were tight, and my hands were balled into fists in my pockets. After a couple of minutes, I reached a curved section of the path that looped around a small group of trees. The branches were bare, and the wind made them sway gently. Beyond those trees was a portion of the park with a central path leading to a pond. Usually the pond was a pleasant spot in the daytime. People fed ducks there or took pictures by the water. Tonight, it was all silent and still. The surface of the pond looked partially frozen, reflecting the weak lights. I glanced around, expecting to see maybe a couple on a romantic walk, but I saw no one. I continued along the path, noticing the lack of footprints in the fresh snow. That made me uneasy. Usually, even on quieter nights, a random jogger or dog walker would leave tracks. I slowed my pace and looked back the way I came. My footprints were the only fresh marks on the path. The rest were faded or covered by new snow. I sighed, then tried to quicken my pace, wanting to get closer to the pond's walkway. A portion of me wanted to turn back, but I felt stubborn. I didn't want to admit that I was spooked by an empty park. When I reached the edge of the pond, I stopped to look at the water. The ice near the bank had a slight sheen, and in the center there was a patch of open water. A single lamp post on the far side cast a faint reflection. I stood still, hearing nothing but the rustle of my coat as I shifted. My eyes scanned the area, and I noticed a small wooden bench at the water's edge. It had fresh indentations in the snow, almost like someone had been sitting there recently. My pulse sped up a little. I decided to walk over to check, half expecting to find someone or something left behind. As I walked, the snow crunched louder beneath my feet. My mouth felt dry, and I had to remind myself to breathe properly. The bench was unoccupied. There was a scattering of birdseed at the foot of it, probably from someone feeding the ducks earlier in the day. I nudged a few seeds with my shoe, then took a step back. A nagging feeling told me I wasn't alone, but I couldn't see or hear any evidence of another person. My eyes flicked around the dark corners of the park. I decided to move on, following the path that should lead me to a small bridge. The bridge normally connected two sides of a creek that led out of the pond. That same path then curved back to the main walkway, eventually leading to the far gate. I took slow strides, my legs feeling heavier than usual. The overhead lights were spaced out, leaving patches of darkness where the bulbs had burned out. The silence pressed on my ears. My heart thumped. I wanted to say something out loud, just to break the quiet, but I didn't. A weird sense of dread built in my stomach. After several minutes, the path curved again, and I realized I was passing the same benches, the same trees, as if I had circled back unintentionally. My footprints were there, but they looked slightly blurred, as though light snowfall had partially covered them. My eyebrows knitted together. This wasn't supposed to be a loop. I knew the park's layout, and I had turned in the right direction. I told myself maybe I had absent-mindedly doubled back. I kept walking, determined to find the main route toward the exit. I glanced at my phone to check the time. No signal, not unusual in that particular spot, but the time read 10:15, meaning I had been walking for at least half an hour. I felt that creeping sensation of not making progress, as if every path looked the same. My breathing got shallow, and I started to feel my pulse in my temples. This was ridiculous, I thought. It's just a simple park. But the tension in my chest grew. Each step felt repetitive, and each lamppost I passed resembled the last one. I reached another fork in the path. The left side supposedly led toward the exit, while the right side took me around the pond again. I turned left. My footsteps echoed. I noticed a garbage bin with a green metal lid and the same scratchy graffiti I had seen earlier. My heart sank. I was definitely going in circles. I looked around for a park map, but none were posted near that bin. My mouth was dry, and my nerves were frayed. I told myself to calm down. The park wasn't large, and I had walked here many times before. The exit had to be within a few minutes if I just kept a straight route. I chose a new direction, one that looked like it might lead toward the main gate. The path there was darker, though. Only one lamp was lit, far in the distance. My breath fogged in front of me. I heard a faint sound of leaves rustling, but there were no leaves on the trees. I stopped, scanning the ground, but saw only patches of dirty snow. The noise stopped as soon as I paused. I clenched my fists in my pockets and pushed forward. The path narrowed, overshadowed by some tall bushes. I tried to walk quickly, but the slippery surface slowed me. My foot slipped once, and I nearly fell. My heart pounded harder. My body felt tense, and I realized I was grinding my teeth. Each time I glanced over my shoulder, I expected to see someone, but I never did. A few minutes later, I approached an area with a small kiosk, basically a wooden shelter where snacks were sometimes sold during summer events. Tonight it was shut tight, a padlock on the sliding window. A single fluorescent tube glowed inside, giving off a dull buzz and flicker. I noticed a lone paper cup on the counter, partially crushed. My eyes lingered on it because the sides of the cup looked wet, as if someone had used it recently. A few droplets trickled down the counter and froze in place. Yet, there was no sign of that person now. The kiosk door was locked, the interior dark except for that flickering tube. The wind picked up, and I felt a sharp chill on my cheeks. I decided to keep moving and ignore the kiosk. A wave of uncertainty flooded me. I tried to recall exactly which path led to the exit from here. Normally, the kiosk stood near the northern edge, so I should be able to continue straight and see the gate within a few hundred yards. However, the path ahead looked unfamiliar under the flickering light. The lampposts beyond were off, leaving a stretch of near blackness. My muscles tensed. My mouth tasted sour, probably from fear. I forced myself to start walking down that path. Each step felt uncertain. I tried to watch for ice patches, but it was so dark that I could only see silhouettes of the ground. My breathing became ragged, and I forced myself to inhale and exhale steadily. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. After a minute or two, I reached a small clearing. It looked identical to the area near the playground, except there was no playground here. Just a lone bench and a cluster of trees. The bench had footprints around it. I bent down, focusing on the footprints, but I couldn't tell if they were fresh or old. My ankles felt shaky, so I backed away and continued. Suddenly, a movement caught my eye near a lamppost that was half lit. I whipped my head around, but it was just a swirl of snow blowing across the path. I let out a shaky exhale. The tension in my shoulders felt like a knot. I realized I needed to get out of there soon or I would panic. I thought about cutting across the grassy area, heading in what I believed was the direction of the park's entrance. The grass, however, was covered by uneven ice and patches of deeper snow. It could be unsafe, but I felt a rising desperation to reach any exit. I stepped off the path onto the grass, testing it with my foot. It held, though it was slippery. I moved slowly, scanning the area for a fence line or some sign of the perimeter. The wind rustled again, and I heard that strange scraping noise, like a distant footstep. My teeth clenched. I forced myself to keep going. After about 20 yards, I saw a faint glow of streetlights through the trees, indicating the road outside the park. Relief welled up in me. I pushed forward, careful not to fall. My boots slipped a couple of times, but I managed to stay upright. At last, I spotted the low iron fence that bordered the park. The bars were cold to the touch, and the gate was locked. I felt a surge of panic, thinking I might have to climb over. I looked around and saw a small side entrance about 20 feet away. It had a simple latch. I trudged through the snow, my legs almost numb from the cold. My fingertips were stiff and my jaw ached. Fortunately, the latch slid open without much trouble, and I stepped out onto the sidewalk. A wave of relief and exhaustion hit me. I leaned against the fence, breathing hard. The street was as empty as before, but the presence of houses and the glow of distant traffic lights comforted me. I walked home with a mixture of relief and lingering dread. My body was tired, and my nerves were shot. Every time a branch cracked or the wind blew, I tensed, expecting something to appear behind me. Nothing did. When I finally reached my front steps, I exhaled a huge sigh, unlocked the door, and hurried inside. I locked the door behind me and realized my hands were shaking. I hung up my coat and scarf, noticing how sweaty my neck had become despite the cold. I turned on every light in my small living room, then stood there, panting. The park had never felt so hostile before. I had grown up in this neighborhood, and I knew those paths well. But tonight, everything felt off, like the path had shifted or the lights had conspired to confuse me. For the rest of the evening, I kept looking out the window, as if I expected the park itself to come creeping onto my street. Obviously, it didn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured the vacant benches and the flickering lamps. The next morning, I told myself I must have been stressed and tired. Perhaps the darkness and the cold had magnified my anxiety. Yet I remember how my footprints seemed to vanish behind me, and how the path looped back to the same spot repeatedly. I still get uneasy when I think about the silent emptiness of that park on Christmas Eve. Something about that walk changed my perception of a place I once found comforting. Now, each time I pass by, I feel a small surge of tension in my chest, remembering the echo of my footsteps and the oppressive quiet of that deserted park. Unsettled arrival. That was how our trip began. My partner and I drove up the mountain road expecting an inviting holiday retreat. A mutual friend had recommended this remote cabin for a quiet Christmas getaway. The directions led us to a narrow dirt path that snaked through tall pines and rocky inclines. We spent most of the drive in silence, only breaking it to check our GPS or comment on the snow piling up along the edges of the road. By the time we reached the final turn, the sun was already slipping behind the peaks, making everything feel colder. We found the cabin after a few more bends. It was smaller than I expected, just a single-story wooden structure with a thin layer of snow on the roof. There was no sign of staff or other visitors, but our friend had mentioned that we would be alone. We stepped out of the car onto packed snow. The temperature felt biting, and the wind picked up, stirring the pine branches overhead. A note had said to look for a key under the welcome mat. We approached the wooden door, carefully brushing off a bit of snow, and found a single key hidden there. The door opened with a rusty creak, and we stepped inside. The air felt stale and cold, like it had been sealed off for weeks. A quick glance showed a simple layout: a main living area with a small fireplace, a compact kitchen in the corner, and a single bedroom off to the side. There was also a tiny bathroom, plus a closet that held extra blankets and basic supplies. A small Christmas tree stood near the window, decorated with a few ornaments and a strand of lights that hung loose. We were both tired from the drive, so we tossed our bags near the door and focused on getting settled. One of the first things I noticed was the silence. There were no distant traffic sounds, no hum of appliances, just the occasional gust of wind outside. The space felt too quiet, but I tried to shrug it off as the normal hush of an isolated mountain area. My partner went to check the kitchen. The cupboards held a few cans of soup, some bottled water, and a loaf of bread that looked a bit stale but probably still edible. It seemed someone had stocked minimal supplies, but we had brought our own as well. We tried the light switches. The main bulb flickered for a second before coming on. The lamps worked, but they cast a weak glow. We realized There was no cell reception. That was expected, but it still felt unsettling to be cut off. We told ourselves we wanted isolation, so we had to embrace it. The plan was to spend a calm evening reading, cooking a simple dinner, and warming up by the fireplace. My partner stepped outside to gather some firewood from a small shed we had spotted near the cabin. I took the chance to tidy up the living area. I stacked a few logs by the fireplace, found a box of matches in a drawer, and set up kindling. Then I heard what sounded like a branch snapping outside. I thought it was just my partner moving around, but something about it felt off. I poked my head out the door and saw my partner standing there, staring at the snow around the side of the cabin. I called out, "Everything okay?" They looked up, nodded, and brought the wood inside. My partner seemed uneasy, but we didn't linger on the topic. We lit the fire, feeling instant warmth in the small space. We set our bags in the bedroom and looked around. The bed was a plain wooden frame with a firm mattress. A single nightstand and a lamp completed the setup. The window overlooked a slope that vanished into the tree line. I could barely see any sky because the pines were tall and dense. No other cabins or lights were visible in the distance. We made a simple dinner of canned soup, using a small pot on the gas stove. We ate quietly, both of us noticing that the wind outside had started to howl. The cabin creaked at odd intervals. We chalked it up to the wood, adjusting to the temperature drop. When we cleaned up, we discovered that the radio gave only static, no matter how we tuned it. No big deal, we thought. It was probably the elevation or the weather interfering. Later, we sat in the living area. The fireplace crackled, providing some comfort. We tried to read, but I kept looking at the front door as if expecting someone to knock. A strange sense of anticipation built inside me, though there was no logical reason for it. My partner appeared distracted, glancing at the windows as if searching for movement outside. The wind's constant whistle added to our unease. At one point, my partner stood and said they needed a breath of fresh air. I watched them step out. I stayed near the fire, listening for any sign of trouble. After a few minutes, they returned, looking unsettled. They said they had noticed footprints in the snow that didn't belong to us. I asked for details. My partner explained that they saw tracks leading around the side of the cabin toward the back, but the snow was fresh, and it was hard to tell if they were new. We decided not to panic. We reasoned that maybe the owner had checked on the cabin earlier, though it felt odd. It was late and there was no other car. We locked the door and decided to keep the lights on for a while. The fireplace was comforting, but the sense of being observed lingered. Every so often we heard small thumps on the roof, possibly branches or ice falling. The night stretched on, and neither of us felt sleepy. Around 11, I suggested we go to bed, but my partner insisted on checking the windows first. We moved room to room, making sure they were locked. That was when we noticed faint smudge marks on one of the bedroom windows, like someone had pressed a hand or an arm against the glass. The smudges were too vague to be a clear print, but the pattern looked human. A chill went through me. We looked at each other, unsure what to do. We closed the curtains and decided to stay vigilant. The wind outside grew stronger, rattling the window panes. We lit a couple of candles in the living room, wanting extra light. The glow flickered on the walls, creating shifting shadows. Each creak or whistle made my heart jump. My partner sat close to me, their legs shaking with nervous energy. Time crawled. I kept checking the clock, noting each minute. The isolation felt more like a threat now. Around midnight, we heard a sound like scraping near the back wall of the cabin. My partner and I both froze. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. We stood quietly, listening. The noise stopped abruptly. My pulse was racing. We whispered to each other, debating whether to investigate or stay inside. We decided not to go out unless it was absolutely necessary. The risk felt too high, given the darkness and the unknown presence of someone or something outside. An hour later, nothing more had happened, but the tension remained. We took turns trying to sleep on the couch while the other kept watch. I dozed off in short bursts, waking at every crackle of the fire. My partner sat by the window, peeking through the curtains from time to time. The wind howled non-stop, and the cabin felt like it was in the middle of a storm. Each time I woke up, I felt a tightness in my chest and a dryness in my mouth. Eventually, the early morning hours arrived. The fire was dying down, so I added more wood. My partner slumped in the armchair, eyes half closed. I checked the bedroom again. The smudges on the window were still visible, but no new marks appeared. At about 4 a.m, we heard a soft tapping sound near the front door. We both shot up. I grabbed the flashlight again. We waited, hearts pounding, but the tapping did not repeat. I considered calling out, but we had no phone signal. Shouting into the darkness might have made it worse. We stayed alert until dawn. The moment we saw the sky lighten, we felt a rush of relief. The wind died down a bit, though it still whipped around the trees. We stepped onto the porch in the early light, scanning for tracks or footprints. The snowfall had mostly covered everything. I found a single partial footprint near the side of the cabin, but it was melted and distorted. My partner's face was pale, and neither of us spoke much. We decided we did not want to stay another night. We packed up quickly, hearts still hammering, and loaded the car. I took a few extra minutes to examine the backside of the cabin. I noticed a portion of the window frame looked scratched, but it was too faint to determine if it was new or old. I also saw what might have been the remains of a small campfire pit near some rocks, though it had no fresh ashes. My partner insisted we leave, so I got back to the car. The drive down the mountain felt tense. We both kept looking in the rear-view mirrors, half expecting someone to appear on the road behind us. The narrow path forced us to go slowly. By the time we reached a small town at the foot of the mountain, we finally breathed easier. We stopped for coffee and realized neither of us had eaten breakfast. My hands were still trembling as I gripped the cup. We spoke in hushed tones about the night, unsure if we had overreacted or if something truly unsettling had surrounded us. Later, we told our friend about the experience. They seemed surprised, insisting the place had always been calm when they visited. We did not argue, but we refused to return. Something about that night felt invasive, like an invisible presence was circling the cabin, testing our nerves. I can still recall the sound of wind against the logs, the faint hand-shaped smudges on the glass, and the repeated sense that we were not alone. That memory lingers each winter, especially around Christmas, reminding me of how vulnerable a remote cabin can feel when you realize there may be something or someone outside in the dark. Abrupt tension. That was my immediate reaction when I saw the new ride request pop up on my phone. It was Christmas Eve, and most drivers had gone home to be with their families. I stayed out, hoping for a few final trips before midnight. The city streets were nearly empty, with only scattered cars and some Christmas lights flashing from apartment windows. My phone chimed with a pickup address in the outskirts of town, well away from the usual nightlife spots. I hesitated for a moment but accepted. I needed the fare, and the app displayed a decent surge price. The address led me to a rundown area near an abandoned lot. The roads there had cracks and uneven patches of asphalt, and a thin layer of snow covered some sections. I pulled up to a curb that had no visible house numbers and no lights. My headlights illuminated a stretch of sidewalk, but I did not see anyone waiting. I double-checked my phone. According to the app, this was the right spot. I gave a quick honk, feeling the cold seep in through the slightly cracked window. A figure emerged from the darkness, wearing a thick jacket and a simple wool cap. He approached the passenger door, moving slowly, almost stiffly. I tried rolling down the passenger window to confirm his name, but he simply opened the door and climbed into the back seat. He did not say a word. He nodded once, and I assumed that was a greeting. I glanced at my phone to see the destination. It showed a location in a sparsely populated area outside the city. No name, just a point on the map. I offered a polite Merry Christmas as I eased the car away from the curb, but he did not respond. He looked toward the front, occasionally glancing out the side window. My car's interior lights revealed very little detail about him. I saw only that his face appeared calm and pale, and his eyes were dark, reflecting the faint glow of the streetlights. His jacket was zipped up to his chin, so I could not guess his age. I reminded myself that some riders prefer silence, so I tried not to dwell on it. The main streets were quiet, with traffic lights blinking yellow in some areas. I navigated carefully, aware of patches of black ice. My phone's GPS guided me, but the route soon took us out of the better-lit parts of the city. I noticed the passenger's eyes on me through the rearview mirror. I felt a slight chill that had nothing to do with the cold weather. His stare lacked any warmth or curiosity. It was just vacant. I tried to ignore it and focused on the road. About 10 minutes later, I attempted small talk. "So, you have plans for Christmas?" No reply. I heard only the hum of the engine and the faint whir of the heater. I cleared my throat and checked the mirror again. He kept his eyes fixed on me, silently. My pulse quickened a little, and I felt sweat on my palms despite the cold. I shifted in my seat, adjusting the heater. The passenger still did not speak. As we left the city limits, the streetlights became rarer. The headlights from my car cast long beams on the deserted road. The snow by the roadside glimmered slightly. The air felt heavier, and my phone signal dropped to 1 bar. The GPS map lagged once or twice before continuing. I told myself it was just the remote location. I tried to calm my nerves by focusing on the route. The passenger occasionally turned his head to look out the side window, as if listening to something beyond the car. I switched on the radio for background noise. A soft holiday tune crackled through the speakers. After a few seconds, the signal distorted into static. Then the station returned, only to fade again. The passenger shifted in his seat. I glanced back and saw him tilt his head toward the window once more, almost as if he heard a sound outside. I saw nothing but darkness beyond the glass. I felt the hair on my neck prickle. I turned the radio off. We passed a dimly lit sign indicating that the next gas station was 20 miles away. The map showed we still had about 15 minutes until the drop-off. My mind wandered to worst-case scenarios. I had no reason to believe the passenger was a threat, but the silence and the unusual location put me on edge. I tapped the phone screen to ensure I was still on the right path. The line on the app looked correct, though the phone's battery showed it was getting low. I mentally noted I should charge it, but I did not want to fumble around too much while driving on icy roads. Occasionally, I checked the rearview mirror. The passenger's eyes never left the back of my head. It felt like a heavy weight pressing between my shoulder blades. I could sense his presence in a way that made my arms tense up. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. My breath came quicker than I liked. This was just another ride, I told myself. He probably just did not speak English or preferred silence. The final road turned into a 2-lane highway with no divider and minimal lighting. Snow drifted across the asphalt in places. My headlights created a narrow tunnel of visibility, and beyond that was only blackness. I maintained a cautious speed, trying to avoid sliding on hidden patches of ice. After a few more miles, the app indicated we should turn onto an even smaller road, basically a rural route. I hesitated but complied. The passenger had not said anything to contradict the directions. The new road was lined with barren trees. It curved gently for a while, and then the app said we were almost there, maybe another quarter-mile. I slowed, scanning for any building or driveway. Nothing stood out. The phone told me, "Destination on your right," but all I saw was the corner of a fenced property and tall, dead grass. I rolled to a stop, put on my hazard lights, and cleared my throat. "We're here," I announced softly, even though the place looked abandoned. No response. I turned around to face him. He remained still, staring forward. My skin prickled. "Sir, is this where you wanted to go?" I asked, a note of unease creeping into my voice. He did not answer or move. I checked the door locks to confirm everything was normal. I looked back at him again, heart pounding. I turned the ignition off, hoping a quiet environment might prompt him to act. The engine died, and the heater fan stopped. Cold air immediately began creeping in. The passenger sat motionless, his gaze fixed on something outside the passenger window. The clock on the dashboard read 11:54 p.m. My phone struggled to reconnect, flicking between one bar and no service. I felt a deep chill in my bones, uncertain what to do next. I mustered the courage to speak more forcefully. "Sir, we've arrived," I said, trying not to sound as nervous as I felt. Still no reaction. I reached for the interior light, flipping it on. The sudden brightness revealed his face more clearly. His skin looked pale, and his eyes were open wide. There was no emotion there. I leaned across the seat. "Would you like to get out here?" I asked again. My voice sounded shaky. When he did not reply, I wondered if he might be having a medical issue. I unbuckled my seatbelt carefully and inched closer. "Are you okay?" I asked. My palms felt slick with sweat. I tapped his shoulder lightly, still half expecting him to snap out of it. His jacket felt cold to the touch. He did not stir or give any sign of awareness. My heart pounded. I considered calling emergency services, but my phone showed no signal. Panic welled up. I stepped out of the car to see if maybe I could get a bar or two. The night air was biting, and my breath fogged. The road was deserted, lined by thin trees swaying in a slight breeze. I raised my phone overhead, walking a few steps away from the car. No signal. The darkness out there felt oppressive. My only comfort was the faint glow of my hazard lights reflecting off the asphalt. I walked back to the car, unsure what else to do. I opened the back door on the passenger side. The seat was empty. My head spun. I had been gone maybe 20 seconds. There was no sound of a door opening or closing. I checked the interior lights. The back door had been locked from the inside, and I had to unlock it when I came around. The seat belt was still retracted, and the seat was cold. There was no sign of footprints in the snow outside. I felt the rush of panic and confusion flood through my body. I circled the car, shining my phone's flashlight on the ground. No footprints, no sign of him. A wave of dizziness hit me, and I had to lean on the trunk for a second to steady myself. I forced myself to think logically. Could he have slipped out the other side while I was checking my phone? That made no sense because I had parked on the left side of the road and the ground near the driver's side was undisturbed. The windows were all closed except for the slight crack in the driver's side window. I ran around the fence line, shining my phone's light. Nothing. The grass looked untouched, frozen in the bitter cold. If someone had walked through, there would be footprints or crushed blades. I returned to the car, heart hammering in my chest. The interior light was still on. My eyes darted to the back seat. It was exactly as before, empty, seat cushions untouched, as if no one had been there at all. I got in, locked the doors, and tried starting the engine. The car fired up, and warm air began to flow again from the vents. I glanced at the time. It was 11:59 p.m. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, my thoughts a whirlwind. My phone's app still showed the ride in progress, awaiting completion. The passenger's profile displayed a generic silhouette, no name. I tried ending the ride manually. The app froze for a moment, then returned me to the main screen with no record of the trip. My logs showed the previous ride I had completed, but not this one. My mind reeled. I drove off, heart pounding, deciding that I needed to get somewhere with a phone signal to figure this out. The road felt narrower than before, and the darkness pressed in on me. I replayed the events in my head, the silent passenger, the strange stares, the moment I left the car, the empty seat. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see him reappear. No one was there. Finally, I reached a better-lit intersection near a closed diner, and my phone picked up a weak signal. I parked under a street lamp, my hands still shaking. I tried to contact my rideshare support, but the call dropped after one ring. I checked my trip records. Nothing new. I tried to calm my breathing, to rationalize the impossible. My body felt cold, even with the heat on. I looked around the deserted intersection. No cars, no people, just a silent stretch of road. I sat there for several minutes, letting my breathing slow. The phone's battery was nearly dead. A part of me wanted to drive straight home and forget the entire night. Another part wondered if I should call the police or paramedics. But what would I say? That my passenger vanished without opening any doors or leaving footprints? It sounded absurd. Eventually, I canceled the idea of returning to the outskirts. I headed back toward the city lights, searching for comfort in the presence of buildings and the possibility of other human beings. My watch read midnight. By the time I found a small gas station that was still open, it was 12:15 a.m. I parked by a pump, walked inside under the harsh fluorescent lights, and bought a coffee. My hands still trembled as I poured the hot liquid into a styrofoam cup. The clerk glanced at me but said nothing. I must have looked shaken. I never found out who that passenger was or how he disappeared. My mind ran through every possibility, from a glitch in the app to something more unexplainable. The next day, the rideshare app showed no record of that trip, and I did not receive any fare for it. I replayed the sequence of events many times, but it always ended with the same chilling conclusion. He was there one moment and gone the next, leaving no trace behind. I kept working as a driver after that, but Christmas Eve nights always unsettle me now. Each time I get a request from a remote location, I remember that man's silent stare and the sudden emptiness of the back seat. The sense of confusion and dread still lingers. Even now, whenever I hear the phone chime with a new fare, I cannot help but tense up, bracing for a reminder of that strange, silent passenger on a cold, dark road. Unexpected envelopes. That is how this whole thing began. I woke up the morning after Christmas Eve, stepped outside to check my mail, and found a plain white envelope with no name, no return address, nothing. I remember feeling a slight surprise, then mild curiosity. At first, I assumed it was just a leftover Christmas card someone forgot to label. I tore it open and found a blank card inside. No words, no images, completely empty. I shrugged, tossed it in the trash, and went on with my day. I did not think much of it at the time. The next day, I found another identical envelope in my mailbox. Same shape, same lack of text, same empty interior. I felt a small twinge of unease, but I still thought it might be a harmless prank. I glanced around to see if any neighbors were watching, but the street looked calm. Cars were in driveways, holiday lights hung from gutters, and I heard a distant lawnmower. Nothing seemed unusual. Still, I felt my heartbeat pick up as I carried this envelope inside. Again, it was empty. The pattern continued for the rest of that week. Every morning, a single white envelope sat in my mailbox. No name, no postage stamp, not even a smudge of writing on the front. Always containing a blank card, pure white. The weird part was that my security camera showed no one approaching the mailbox. Each night, I reviewed the footage, saw nothing but the occasional passing car. The mailbox was in plain view of the camera, yet the envelopes appeared without explanation. I live alone in a small house on a quiet suburban street. Most of my neighbors are older couples or small families who keep to themselves. The neighborhood is not the kind of place for elaborate pranks. I started feeling uneasy, especially at night. My house has a few windows facing the street, and each time I passed them, I peered outside, half expecting to catch someone creeping around. I never did. The nights remained silent. The only sound I heard was the faint hum of my refrigerator or the occasional wind tapping a branch against the siding. After about a week of daily blank envelopes, I grew frustrated and decided to set up a second camera, angled directly at the mailbox. I installed it on the porch railing, pointing straight down the walkway. The next morning, I rushed to check the footage, hoping to finally see who was leaving these envelopes. Once again, nothing. The camera showed an empty street through the night, a few passing headlights around 2 a.m., but no one approached the mailbox. Yet, when I woke up, there it was, waiting for me. A fresh, blank envelope that should not have been there. By this point, I felt my chest tighten every time I went to check the mail. My hands trembled slightly whenever I peeled open that day's envelope, always finding the same empty card. I started to worry that I might be forgetting something or mixing up days, but the timestamps on my camera recordings were clear. I double-checked the memory card, tested the cameras in real time, and found no faults. They recorded me leaving for work in the mornings, returning in the evenings, and every small movement of my porch light flickering on in the night. But they never captured the delivery of those envelopes. I tried talking to a couple of neighbors, asking if they had seen anything or received similar envelopes. They looked puzzled and shook their heads. Some offered theories, like maybe a bored teenager was sneaking around or a mail carrier was messing with me. I contacted the post office, but they insisted they were not delivering anything without postage. It was becoming a daily source of dread. I found myself waking earlier, checking the mailbox at random times before going to sleep, hoping to catch the delivery in progress. My anxiety grew each time I discovered the same result, an envelope where none should be. One morning, I found a slight difference. Inside the envelope, besides the blank card, there was a small twig, maybe 2 inches long, snapped off a bush or tree. It looked fresh, with a bit of bark flaking off. There was no note or explanation, just the twig. My heart thumped. The presence of that small object felt more personal than an empty card. It meant whoever was doing this wanted to communicate something, I tossed the twig on the kitchen counter and stared at it for a while, unsure what it meant. I considered the possibility of a threat, but I saw no direct message. It was just a twig. My concern escalated. I wondered if I should call the police, but what would I say? No explicit threats had been made, just a series of blank envelopes and a twig. It sounded trivial, maybe even silly to an outsider. But I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that whoever was responsible knew my routines and enjoyed my discomfort. That night, I locked every window, triple-checked my doors, and kept the porch light on. I even left the living room lamp shining through the front window, hoping a lit house would discourage any approach. When I woke the next day, I stepped outside, half expecting to find another envelope. This time, the mailbox was empty. A surge of relief hit me. Maybe the strange deliveries had ended. I opened the box again, just to confirm, but it was definitely empty. I walked back inside, smiling for the first time in days. I started my morning routine, making coffee, preparing breakfast, feeling the tension in my shoulders ease. Then, around noon, I decided to check the mailbox again, just in case. There it was, a new envelope, no postage, identical to the others. My stomach twisted. I realized the envelope had been placed while I was awake, likely while I was in the kitchen. The cameras should have caught something. I ran to my computer and reviewed the footage in a panic. As usual, the cameras showed no one. 1 minute, the mailbox was empty. The next minute, the envelope was sitting there. It was as if the envelope appeared out of thin air. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I played the footage over and over. Inside that envelope was a single strand of red thread. It looked like the kind used for sewing, about an inch or two long, and it was neatly coiled. Nothing else was included, no message or pattern on the card, just that bright thread. My thoughts raced. A twig one day, a thread the next. What could these objects mean? Random items or some coded message? My breathing felt shallow. I felt my fingertips go numb with nerves. I paced around the living room, trying to think of a logical explanation. None came to mind. I grew paranoid and started sleeping in short intervals, setting alarms to wake up and check the mailbox at random hours. One night, around 3 a.m., I lay on the couch, eyes half open, scanning the security feed on my phone. The motion sensor triggered once or twice due to a stray cat crossing the yard, but nothing else. By the time morning arrived, my head pounded from lack of sleep. I trudged outside and found a fresh envelope. My head buzzed with frustration and anxiety. This time, the card was blank again, with no object inside. I almost felt disappointed because at least the twig and thread had given me something to puzzle over. I decided to take a more direct approach. I called a friend who lived a few streets away, explained the situation, and asked if he could sit in his car overnight near my house, observing the mailbox from a distance. He agreed, thinking maybe we could catch the prankster in the act. That evening, he parked about a block down the road with a good view of my mailbox. I monitored the camera feeds at home. We communicated by text, and he occasionally gave me updates. All clear. Saw a dog walker, not suspicious. Street is empty now. By morning, he reported nothing unusual. No one approached the mailbox. Yet when I checked at 6 a.m., there was a brand new envelope waiting. My friend was dumbfounded. He insisted nobody had gone near the mailbox, not even a passing car. The cameras showed the same outcome. The envelope simply appeared between frames of footage. One moment it was not there, the next it was. I felt a cold, creeping dread in my chest. This went beyond a simple prank. The deliveries continued daily, Some envelopes contained blank cards only, others included small random items, a half-burned matchstick, a tiny feather, and one time a piece of string tied into a tiny knot. None of it made sense. I tried searching online for any clue, posting on local forums, but found nothing that matched my experience. I considered the possibility I was hallucinating or sleepwalking, but the physical objects were real, and my friend had witnessed the envelope's sudden appearance as well. Finally, I decided to document every envelope in detail. I kept a notebook, noting the date, time, and the contents. I stored each card in a box, labeling them. The days turned into weeks, and I collected over 30 envelopes. My initial fear evolved into a grim routine. Each morning, I braced myself for the latest delivery. My appetite faded, I lost weight, and my nerves felt constantly frayed. Whenever the phone rang or a neighbor passed by, I jumped. People asked if I was unwell, noting the dark circles under my eyes. I had no good explanation to give them. Strangely, right when the calendar hit Christmas Eve again, exactly 1 year after the first blank card, the envelopes stopped. Days went by with nothing in the mailbox except normal letters, bills, and holiday advertisements. No more blank envelopes. At first, I felt an overwhelming relief, but soon an odd sense of dread replaced it. Why did they stop so suddenly? Was it over, or was this a pause? Had the person, or whatever force, behind the envelopes moved on to someone else? I waited, restless, checking the mailbox more often than necessary. Weeks passed, then months, and nothing unusual appeared. My nerves remained on edge for a long time, but eventually life resumed a normal pace. I still have the box of cards and the odd trinkets that appeared in a few of them. Each item remains a mystery, with no explanation or closure. Sometimes I wonder if the envelopes were a form of silent warning or a bizarre tradition from someone in the neighborhood. But I never found any real evidence to confirm those theories. Even now, I do not feel entirely safe. Each holiday season, my mind goes back to the memory of those blank envelopes delivered without any trace. I still have both security cameras running, but everything has stayed quiet. Every morning, I open the mailbox with a slight chill in my stomach, half expecting to see another plain white envelope. So far, nothing has returned. Yet, the tension lingers in my mind, reminding me that something unexplainable happened on my doorstep, and I never discovered who or what was behind it. Unexpected corridors. That was my first thought when I stepped into that nearly deserted shopping mall on Christmas Eve. My flight had been delayed overnight, and the small airport hotel lacked any amenities. I decided to kill a few hours by exploring the nearby mall, which looked open from the outside. When I entered, I realized most stores had closed early for the holiday, leaving the interior eerily quiet. A few weak lights shone from the ceiling, but many sections lay in semi-darkness. The air felt stale, as if the ventilation was barely functioning. I walked through the main corridor, noticing how my footsteps echoed on the tiled floor. The smell of something old lingered in the air, maybe musty carpet or leftover cleaning product. I saw only a handful of people in the distance, likely employees finishing their shifts or a couple of weary travelers like me. The large department store at the far end had metal shutters half lowered, and the noise of a rolling cart scraped along somewhere behind it. I paused to check the mall directory sign, but half the lights on the map were out, making it hard to read. I shrugged and kept moving. My intention was simply to find a place to sit, maybe grab a bottled drink if any kiosk was still open. As I ventured deeper, the lights grew more inconsistent. Some areas had a warm glow, while others flickered or stayed off entirely, forming pockets of shadow. I passed by storefronts with darkened displays. A shoe store's window mannequins looked stiff and artificial under the faint light, their plastic eyes reflecting the corridor. I tried to avoid focusing on them, but I felt a subtle discomfort, as if they might move when I turned away. After a few minutes, I reached a side hallway that seemed less traveled. The overhead lights buzzed quietly. Ahead, I spotted a storefront with a sign that read something about Christmas decorations. At first, I thought the store was open because I saw weak lights inside and glimpses of artificial trees and holiday ornaments. I felt a small surge of curiosity. Maybe I could browse a bit, just to pass time. When I got closer, I realized the glass door was locked and the interior lights flickered sporadically. The sign above the store read, "Seasonal Wonders," or something similar, but most of the letters were chipped or peeling. I peered through the glass. Rows of fake Christmas trees stood in neat lines, tinsel draped on some, ornaments hanging on others. There were porcelain figurines of Santa, reindeer, snowmen, typical holiday stuff. The store appeared abandoned, yet the faint illumination seemed to shift, as if some bulbs were trying to stay alive. I leaned in, my forehead almost touching the glass, and squinted to see better. That was when I noticed a porcelain Santa in the center display. I could have sworn it was facing slightly to the right. Then I glanced at a silver wreath on the wall for a moment, and when I looked back at the Santa, it appeared to have turned more toward the front, as if it had rotated. My pulse quickened. I told myself I was just tired from a long day of travel. The mind can play tricks, especially in dim light. I glanced around the corridor. No one else was nearby. I felt a twinge of unease, so I decided to move on. As I stepped away, the overhead lights in that section dimmed momentarily, then blinked back. The store's interior seemed to darken along with them, making the decorations look like shadows. I took a breath, turned around, and walked back the way I had come, hoping to find a main corridor with a more obvious exit. However, each route I chose led me to a different area that seemed deserted. Signs directing to the exit were unlit or missing letters. Some escalators were shut down, their steps frozen in place. At one point, I found a wide ramp that should have led me to the food court. I remembered passing a small sign for it earlier, but the ramp ended in a locked gate. The corridor beside it had the lights completely off. I tried my phone for a map or some guidance, but I had only one bar of signal, and my battery was low. I kept walking, occasionally calling out, "Hello?" to see if any security personnel were around. My voice echoed with no response. The air conditioning system emitted a distant hum. Now and then, I heard faint sounds, a scraping noise, maybe a door closing, or soft footsteps that vanished when I paused to listen. My heartbeat grew faster. I felt the dryness in my mouth and tried to swallow. I reminded myself I was just in an old shopping mall that was closing early. Nothing sinister. As I turned a corner, I nearly bumped into a stand of mannequins arranged in front of a dark store. They wore red holiday sweaters and hats. For a moment, I thought they were people. My heart jolted, and I let out a soft exhale. I stepped around them, noticing how their plastic faces caught the dim light. Each figure stared outward with a blank expression. I quickened my pace, eager to find the main entrance. I tried retracing my steps, but every hallway began to look the same. The floor patterns repeated, and the stored lighting remained uneven. I recognized the same half-lit directory sign I had passed earlier, yet the path behind it felt different. I began to suspect the building's layout might be confusing, or I had turned too many times without paying attention. The feeling of being lost made my skin prickle. I rubbed my hands together, partly for warmth, partly from nerves. At one point, I saw a restrooms sign glowing at the far end of a corridor. My hope was that it might lead me back to a central area. I followed it, but when I arrived, the bathrooms were locked. A single hallway connected that area to another series of shops. The floor was scuffed, with some tiles missing. I noticed the store on my right had a metal grate pulled down halfway. In the darkness beyond the grate, shapes of disorganized fixtures were visible. It smelled dusty. The entire section felt abandoned. I took a deep breath and decided to keep moving. My footsteps sounded too loud. The walls near this area had old posters advertising past seasonal sales. One had a date from 4 years ago. The paper curled at the edges. Suddenly, I heard faint music, like a distorted Christmas carol coming from somewhere ahead. It was scratchy, as if an old speaker system was playing it at low volume. The tune was unrecognizable, but the bell chimes and soft voices suggested a holiday melody. It sent a shiver through me, because I could not see any open shop or visible speakers. The corridor ended at an information desk, which looked abandoned. A small sign on the desk read, "Mall Services," but the lamp there was off. I walked around the desk, searching for an exit sign. Instead, I found another path leading left, deeper into the mall. The music sounded slightly louder in that direction, so I hesitated. My instincts told me to turn around, but I did not want to backtrack again. I felt a wave of frustration. I just wanted to get out. I forced myself to follow the music. It led me past more empty storefronts, each with half-lit displays or mannequins. The mannequins' glass eyes seemed to catch my reflection, making me uneasy. Now and then, I thought I heard a faint step behind me, but whenever I looked back, there was only my own shadow stretching in the flickering light. Eventually, the music faded, and I arrived at another wide hallway. To my relief, I saw what looked like the main entrance up ahead, a big set of glass doors leading to the parking lot. I hurried toward it, my shoulders relaxing slightly. That relief vanished when I got closer and saw a metal gate secured across the doors, locked in place. I tugged on it, but it did not budge. Through the glass, I could see the mostly empty parking lot, lit by a few overhead lamps. Beyond that, a line of trees. It was so close, yet completely inaccessible. My frustration surged. I pounded lightly on the gate, hoping for a security guard's attention. No one answered. I glanced around and spotted another corridor to the right, which might lead to a different exit. As I moved, I recognized a section of the mall I had passed an hour earlier. Except now, some of the stores had all their lights off, including that holiday decoration shop. I found my way back to it, expecting the same flickering glow. Instead, it was pitch black inside. I hesitated at the glass storefront. I leaned close, cupping my hands around my eyes to see inside. Complete darkness. Then I heard a small click, and for half a second, a single bulb inside flashed on. It revealed a porcelain angel figurine pressed against the glass, as if it were gazing out. The figure's blank face was inches from mine. I jumped back, my heart pounding. The light vanished, leaving me staring at my reflection in the dark window. My breathing came in quick bursts. The entire store was silent. I could not see any movement. Feeling a deep chill, I turned and walked rapidly in the opposite direction. I no longer cared which corridor I took. I just wanted to find any unlocked door. My footsteps echoed faster as I passed storefront after storefront. My body felt tense and my mouth was dry. I attempted to call someone, anyone, but my phone showed no signal. The overhead lights flickered again, intensifying the sense of being watched. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I spotted a distant red sign that read, "Exit." It looked like a small side door near a fire escape. I rushed toward it, my breath catching in my throat. The door had a push bar. I pressed it, and to my immense relief, it opened. A burst of cold air hit me as I stumbled outside into a dark alley behind the mall. I heard the faint hum of a distant generator or air conditioning unit. My body trembled as I took several deep breaths. I closed the door behind me, feeling my pulse still race. I stood there in the darkness of the alley for a moment, catching my bearings. No alarms rang, no security guard appeared. I walked around the building, eventually finding my way back to the front parking lot. The same few cars were parked there, including the one I had borrowed from the hotel. I climbed in, started the engine, and leaned back, trying to calm down. My watch read just past midnight. Christmas Day had technically begun. The mall's exterior looked normal enough, with a few lights still shining on the facade, but inside it felt like a maze. I sat there, hands on the steering wheel, replaying the strange incidents, the shifting decoration, the flickering lights, the hidden music, and the final sight of that angel figurine pressed against the glass. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as exhaustion or the product of a half-closed mall with failing electricity. Another part insisted something else was at play, something I could not explain. Eventually, I drove away, checking the rearview mirror more often than I usually would. My heart still beat rapidly, and my muscles were tense. The memory of that porcelain figure stayed in my mind for the rest of the night. The next morning, my flight was finally scheduled to depart. I left without returning to the mall. Even now, I sometimes wonder if those corridors remain trapped in the same half-lit, half-abandoned state, waiting for another traveler to wander in. I cannot forget the feeling that something in that place was silently observing me, shifting the space around me, and guiding me deeper until I finally found that back exit. I carry that unsettling memory, unresolved, as a reminder that some places can feel more alive than they have any right to be. Uncertain ascent. That was my first thought when we began our trip to the mountain chalet for Christmas. My 3 friends and I had planned this excursion for months. We piled our gear into 2 cars and took the winding road up the mountain, eager to spend the holiday in a cozy lodge at the summit. The weather forecast mentioned dropping temperatures and a chance of overnight fog, but we assumed we could handle it. The drive up felt normal enough. We even stopped at a viewpoint to take photos of the breathtaking scenery. By late afternoon, we reached the chalet. It was smaller than we expected, just a simple cabin with sturdy wooden walls, a pitched roof, and a narrow porch. The caretaker had left a brief note taped to the door saying, "Everything's prepared. Enjoy your stay." Inside, the living area had a rustic fireplace, a small kitchen, and a tiny dining corner. A spiral staircase led to an upper loft with 2 bedrooms. It seemed perfect at first. Snow had started to fall, but it was light, and the sky above looked clear. We unpacked quickly and settled in. By dusk, the temperature had plunged, and a dense fog rolled up the mountainside, surrounding the chalet. We started a fire in the stone fireplace, lit a few lanterns, and prepared hot chocolate. The atmosphere was warm and inviting for a while. We laughed about holiday memories, swapped stories about old gatherings, and felt relieved that we had made it safely before nightfall. Around midnight, we noticed how quickly the fog outside had grown. It pressed against the windows, blocking any view of the peaks or valley below. We could no longer see the small lights from the distant town. The silence was profound. No wind, no animal calls, just the crackle of the fire. Two of my friends, Dan and Lucia, drifted off to bed early, complaining of the long drive. That left me and Rob still awake, finishing our drinks. Not long after they climbed the spiral staircase, we heard something from the front door. It sounded like a soft knock, or maybe a gentle push against the wood. We paused, stared at each other, and listened. A second knock followed, a faint tap, tap, tap. My stomach tightened. I whispered, "Did the caretaker come back?" Rob shrugged, stood up, and quietly approached the door. He looked through the small window. Nothing but fog. He opened the door a crack, letting the cold air spill in. Nobody stood on the porch. The snow outside looked undisturbed. He closed the door, shrugged again, and said, "Maybe the wood shifted, or the wind bumped something." We decided it was probably nothing. We soon turned off the lights and headed up to the bedrooms. The fog made the night seem darker than usual, as if the world outside had vanished. The loft area had two small rooms facing each other across a short hallway. I took the left room, Rob the right. Dan and Lucia were already asleep. I climbed into bed, pulled the covers up, and tried to relax. The place was quiet, almost too quiet. I could hear my own breathing. My mind replayed that strange knocking sound, but I told myself to ignore it. Sometime after drifting off, I startled awake. The clock on the nightstand showed 2:15 a.m. My mouth felt dry and my heart pounded, though I did not recall any dream. The chalet was silent except for a soft creaking noise from the roof. I tried to brush it off as the wood settling in the cold. Then I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch outside, slow and deliberate. My pulse raced. I held my breath, waiting for more sounds. Nothing else happened. I told myself it had to be the wind shifting the boards. The next morning, we woke to find the fog still dense. The caretaker's note mentioned a hiking trail behind the chalet. We had hoped to explore the area, but the zero visibility canceled that plan. Instead, we spent the day playing board games and cooking a festive meal. We tried the radio to see if we could get any local updates about the fog, but it only gave static. Our phones had no signal. It felt like we were cut off from the rest of the world. By late afternoon, we noticed something odd with the chalet's front door. The latch seemed slightly misaligned, as if it had been jostled from the outside. Dan insisted it must have been a strong gust of wind that caused the door to rattle, but I was not convinced. The wood around the latch had faint scratches. They could have been old, but they looked fresh to me. The uneasy feeling from the night before returned. That evening, the four of us gathered by the fireplace again. Dan and Lucia teased me for being too jumpy, so I kept quiet about my suspicions. Around 9 o'clock, we decided to do a quick check of the rooms and windows before turning in. That was when Lucia noticed the window in the second bedroom was slightly ajar, even though we had locked it earlier. A light dusting of snow had settled on the sill. We asked each other if anyone opened it. Everyone said no. Rob suggested maybe the old latch was faulty. Still, the thought of the window opening on its own gave me chills. We locked everything again, placing a chair against the front door for extra security, and headed to our rooms. The sense of isolation in the fog felt heavier than ever. The air outside was completely still, no wind, no snowfall, just a thick, pale haze covering everything. At around midnight, I woke up to the sound of a slow creak, like someone stepping on a loose floorboard. My room was dark. The only light came from a small gap in the curtains, revealing the faint glow of the snow outside. I froze, listening carefully. Another creak sounded. It was close, perhaps right outside my door. My heart raced, and I felt sweat on my palms. I considered calling out, but decided to quietly get out of bed instead. My feet touched the cold floor. I tiptoed to the door, turned the knob, and peered into the hallway. The hallway was dim. A single low-voltage lamp we had left on cast a weak light. The spiral staircase at the far end descended into darkness. My door was the only one open. Rob's, Dan's, and Lucia's doors were closed. I considered waking them, but I did not see or hear any intruder. I took a step toward the stairs, intending to check the main floor. My pulse pounded with each quiet footstep. I paused at the top of the staircase, leaning over the rail to see down. The living area lay in near darkness, lit faintly by embers from the dying fire. The front door was closed, chair still in place. Everything looked normal, except for a fleeting shadow near the corner of my vision. I jerked my head to the left, but saw nothing. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there, heart thumping, for what felt like an eternity. I finally convinced myself I was imagining things. I crept back to bed. In the morning, I mentioned the noises to Rob and Dan, who both admitted to hearing faint creaks or taps in the night. Lucia said she slept through it all. We checked the property in daylight, walking a short distance around the chalet, though the fog limited our view to about 10 feet. No footprints, no signs of animals. It was eerie how the snow remained untouched. We spent the rest of the day feeling on edge. Occasionally, we heard faint pops or snaps from the roof or the walls, but that can happen in cold weather. Still, something felt wrong, as if we were not alone. That night, we decided to keep watch in shifts. Dan volunteered for the first shift, sitting on the couch by the fireplace with a blanket and a flashlight. The plan was each of us would watch for 2 hours and then wake the next person. I took the second shift. The first hour was calm. I watched the clock tick past midnight. The fog still pressed against the windows. The silence felt oppressive. At around 1:30 a.m., the fire was dying, so I added a log. While I fed the flames, I noticed something near the window. Finger smudges on the glass, like someone had touched it from the outside. My stomach flipped. I moved closer, holding the flashlight. The smudges resembled handprints, a bit elongated, but I could not be certain. My chest felt tight. I woke Rob, who took one look and whispered, "What the hell?" We considered waking Dan and Lucia, but decided to let them sleep unless something else happened. Nothing more occurred until near the end of my shift, when I thought I heard a soft scraping sound along the back wall of the chalet. I shone the flashlight around, but saw no movement through the windows. That faint noise seemed to travel slowly, like someone lightly dragging something across the wood outside. I held my breath, heart banging in my chest. Then it stopped. Dead silence. At that point, I woke Lucia for her shift and tried to rest, though sleep did not come easily. By dawn, the fog began to lift ever so slightly. We packed our belongings in a rush. None of us felt comfortable staying another night. We had trouble starting one of the cars at first, but eventually it roared to life. Within an hour, we were driving down the winding mountain road, relieved to leave that gray shroud of mist behind. When we finally reached the valley, the sky cleared and the sun shone brightly. It felt as if we had emerged from a dream or maybe a nightmare. In the weeks that followed, we tried to piece together what might have happened. Could it have been a stranger wandering in the fog, testing the doors and windows, or maybe an animal leaving odd marks on the glass? The caretaker shrugged when we asked. He claimed he had never experienced anything unusual there, but he also admitted few people stayed during heavy fog conditions. Even now, my thoughts flash back to the quiet tension in that chalet, the subtle knocks at the door, the window that came ajar, the faint footprints, if they were footprints, by the sill. Each of us still wonders if someone was out there in the swirling fog, circling the building while we tried to sleep. Or maybe it was just the building settling, the wind shifting, our imaginations running wild in the isolation. Regardless, I cannot forget the sense that something shared that mountaintop with us, something silent and watchful. Even the memory of that dense fog can make my heart race, as if a piece of that night still clings to me whenever I recall the dim glow of the fireplace and the shape of those hand-like smudges on the frosty window. Abrupt hush. That was the first sign that something unusual was happening in the apartment next to mine on Christmas Eve. I noticed it right after dinner, around 10 p.m., when the usual hum of the building's heating system and the occasional passing car noise seemed to vanish. I live on the 6th floor of an old apartment complex. Most of the other residents were gone for the holidays. The hallway lights were dim, and many doors had festive wreaths or decorations, but no visible movement inside. I returned to my unit, locked the door, and tried to enjoy a quiet evening. A small Christmas tree in my living room was the only holiday element I had. My family was out of town, and I had chosen to stay behind because of work. I made tea, turned on a table lamp, and planned to read. But within a few minutes, I heard a faint melody through the shared wall with the apartment next door, apartment 6B. It was soft, like someone whistling or humming a Christmas tune without words. The sound was inconsistent, drifting in and out. I paused my reading, listening carefully. I had never met the neighbor in 6B. As far as I knew, that apartment was empty. The property manager once mentioned it had been vacant for months, maybe longer. Yet here I was, hearing a distinct Christmas melody. It was not loud, but it carried through the wall in a strange way, as if the source was very close to where my couch was placed. My first reaction was mild curiosity. Maybe someone moved in recently and decided to hum carols on Christmas Eve. I tried to dismiss it as normal. I sipped my tea and attempted to focus on my book. However, the melody seemed to change. Sometimes it paused mid-note, as if the person on the other side was listening for something. Then it would pick up again, slightly off-key, more drawn out. My body began to tense. I felt a tightness in my shoulders. The sound had an odd, echo-like quality. I stood up, placed my ear against the wall, and held my breath. My pulse quickened. The whistling was clearer then. It rose and fell with a slow rhythm, no clear lyrics, just a sequence of notes that resembled a familiar Christmas tune, distorted somehow. I tried knocking lightly on the wall. I felt a little silly, but I hoped whoever it was would realize they were heard and either stop or say something. The moment I knocked, the whistling stopped. Total silence. I waited, hand still pressed to the wall. I heard no movement, no footsteps, nothing. After a minute or so, I went back to my couch. My breathing felt uneven, and my thoughts spun with questions. Who was in there, and why were they so quiet? I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself it was just a new neighbor, and maybe they were shy. Around midnight, I turned off the lights and prepared for bed. My apartment has one small bedroom, a narrow kitchen, and a living room with a single window facing the street. I double-checked the door's lock, then crawled under the covers. My body felt restless, and my ears stayed alert for the faintest noise. Right before I drifted off, the whistling resumed. This time, it was softer but more drawn out, almost like a low moan. I sat up, heart pounding, and flicked on my bedside lamp. The sound paused again. I listened for a full minute. Nothing. I turned off the lamp, lay down, and told myself to breathe slowly. Eventually, I fell asleep, though it was not restful. I dreamed of walking down a hallway lined with closed doors, each door whispering a melody. I woke up again at around 3 a.m. to complete silence, which somehow felt more unsettling than the whistling. In the morning, I checked the hallway. The door to 6B looked like it always did, plain wood, a dull metal knob, no decorations, and no sign of occupancy. I placed my ear against it for a moment, feeling a bit foolish. Nothing. I went downstairs, looking for the property manager. The small office near the lobby was locked, the lights off, and a note on the door said he would be away until after Christmas. I tried calling the building's number, but it went straight to voicemail. I spent most of Christmas Day out, visiting a friend who stayed in the city. We had a casual lunch, exchanged small gifts, and joked about our empty building experiences. I did not mention the whistling. By the time I returned home that evening, it was close to 9 p.m. The hallway was dim again. I noticed no immediate noise coming from 6B. I felt relief. Perhaps it had been a one-time event. I entered my apartment, turned on the living room lamp, and made a simple dinner. I ate quietly, trying to ignore the lingering feeling that something was off. Around 11 p.m., I settled on the couch to watch a streaming show. In the middle of an episode, I paused the video to grab a blanket. That was when I heard it again, the same whistling-like melody. My heartbeat spiked. It was as though it waited for a quiet moment to start. I muted the TV and listened. The melody had a slight static tone, like a radio signal that was not tuned properly. I stood up, feeling a rush of adrenaline. My stomach felt tense. I walked to the wall, pressing my palm against the painted surface. The sound grew clearer. I gently placed my ear there, heart thudding. The pitch rose, then fell, as if traveling a scale. My arms prickled with goosebumps. I decided to knock again, this time louder. "Hello?" I called, voice shaky. Instantly, the whistling ceased. It left me standing there in silence, my fist still raised. A chill ran down my spine. I stepped back, unsure what else to do. I grabbed my phone and looked up the building manager's emergency contact. No luck, still voicemail. I stared at the wall separating my apartment from 6B, feeling helpless. My skin tingled with unease. Finally, I decided to walk out into the hallway and knock directly on 6B's door, hoping for a response. The hallway felt colder than normal. My bare feet noticed the chill of the floor tiles. I stood in front of 6B, hesitated, then knocked firmly 3 times. "Anybody home?" I called out. My voice echoed slightly in the empty corridor. Silence. After a few seconds, I tried turning the doorknob. It did not budge, locked, as expected. I pressed my ear against the door, hearing nothing but my own pulse. The overhead light flickered once, casting a dim glow around me. Eventually, I returned to my apartment, feeling a knot in my stomach. The rest of the night passed without further whistling, but I lay awake for hours, ears straining at every little sound. The next morning, I decided to investigate further. I recalled that the utility closet for the 6th floor was in the hallway corner. Sometimes, access to adjacent pipes or wiring might let sound travel. I rummaged around in my closet for a flashlight, planning to see if there was some open vent or corridor behind 6B. The closet in question was locked, but I had a spare key for it from years ago when I had a water leak. I quietly opened the door, shining my flashlight inside. It was a cramped space with shelves of old paint cans and building supplies. Nothing indicated a secret route to 6B. No vents large enough for a person, just some dusty pipes overhead. I shut it, feeling silly. That evening, the whistling returned around the same time, close to 11 p.m. This time it sounded more like a delicate flute or recorder, but it was faint, muffled by the wall. My heart pounded as I stood there, deciding what to do next. I thought about knocking again, but I expected the same outcome. Sudden silence, no response. I tried turning on music to drown out the melody. It helped a little. I put on a pair of headphones, but the idea that someone might be in 6B ignoring me gave me a wave of nerves. Around midnight, I turned off my music to see if the whistling was still going. It had softened, almost like it was moving away. For a brief moment, I heard something else, like a light shuffling of feet on the other side. I froze. The sound stopped. At this point, my limbs felt shaky, and I realized I was breathing too fast. I opened my phone camera and walked into the hallway, trying to record any noise from 6B's door. I stood there for a minute, camera rolling, but all I captured was silence and the dim overhead lighting. I knocked again, once more. "Hello?" No reply. I ended the recording, went back inside, and locked up. I decided to try one last method. I placed a small glass against the wall in my living room, pressing my ear to the base to act like a makeshift stethoscope. I know it sounds extreme, but curiosity and anxiety pushed me to find answers. At first, all I heard was a dull hum, probably the building's electrical system. Then, faintly, the whistling returned. It was so gentle I almost missed it. The notes were disjointed. Occasionally there was a pause as if the person was breathing or listening back. My heart hammered. I pulled the glass away, breathing heavily. I could not bear it any longer. I made one final attempt to reach the property manager's line that night. Still no answer. I left a message explaining the noises. My voice shook as I stated the facts. An apparently vacant apartment, late-night whistling, no visible occupant. Then I tried to sleep, though I lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling, half expecting the melody to start again. When morning came, I checked the hallway. The door to 6B looked untouched. I decided to take a bold step and spoke with a neighbor from across the hall who had just returned from a trip. She claimed she had not heard a thing, nor had she seen anyone near 6B. I asked if she knew of anyone ever living there. She shrugged. "I moved in 6 months ago, and it's always been empty," she said. Her casual tone did not calm me. That night the pattern repeated. The whistling emerged around 11, paused whenever I tried to interact, then resumed in a faint form. My chest tightened with each note. It felt like someone was on the other side of that wall, intentionally messing with me by stopping whenever I acknowledged it. I hardly slept. Each time the melody fell silent, I found myself growing even more unsettled, waiting for it to start again. On the third day after Christmas, the building manager finally returned my call. He sounded tired. He insisted no one had the keys for 6B. He said it was officially vacant, and the cleaning crew had not visited in months. He promised to check, but it might take him a day or two since he was out of town. I felt a flicker of relief that at least someone might investigate soon. However, from that day forward, I never heard the whistling again. The apartment next door stayed silent day and night. I tried listening carefully in the evenings, but all I heard was my own pulse and the faint hum of the heater. When the manager finally arrived a week later, he opened 6B in my presence. The unit was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, no personal items. A thin layer of dust coated the floor. He checked the windows, the closets, even the small bathroom. Everything was bare. The walls echoed our footsteps. We stood there, looking around in silence. My stomach felt uneasy as I recalled the nights of whistling. I asked if the manager saw any sign of forced entry. He said no. Everything looked as it had the last time he was there. I left feeling a confused mixture of relief and lingering tension. Part of me was glad nothing sinister was found. Another part felt unsettled by the lack of answers. Even now, whenever I stand in my living room, I sometimes pause and listen for the faint sound of that melody. I have not heard it since, but the memory stays with me. Late at night, I find myself checking the time around 11, half expecting the tune to start again. The emptiness of 6B only intensifies the mystery. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the doorknob when I pass the hallway, and I recall the sensation of pressing my ear to the wall. I still wonder who or what was creating that sound. In the end, I have no proof beyond my own experience. Yet, each Christmas Eve since then, I feel a slight nervousness, remembering how an apparently vacant apartment came alive with an eerie tune that only I seemed to hear. Night approached fast. I was exhausted, and the only thing I wanted was to finish my shift and head home. I was driving a cargo van along a rural highway, the road flanked by empty fields dotted with patches of snow. The radio kept cutting out, so I turned it off. It was Christmas Eve, and I had one last delivery to make before I could clock out. I saw no other vehicles in either direction. The darkness felt heavy, and the only lights came from my headlights. The temperature was dropping, and my breath fogged the inside of the windshield. I noticed a faint glow ahead, just off the shoulder of the road. At first, I assumed it was a reflection from a street lamp, but as I got closer, I realized it was a small, decorated Christmas tree. It stood a few feet from the edge of the road, with strings of colored lights that flickered in uneven intervals. I slowed down, unsure why anyone would place a Christmas tree out here in the middle of nowhere. I felt a spike of unease, like I was trespassing on something that didn't belong. My van idled as I rolled by the tree. The lights seemed to blink in a strange pattern, not quite rhythmic. I saw a single gift at the base of the tree, wrapped in red paper and tied with a simple bow. I wondered if it was a prank or a roadside memorial. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine. There was something odd about the situation, but I tried to ignore it. I didn't want to get stuck in some kind of weird holiday setup. I pressed on the gas and continued. The road stretched on, straight and deserted. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. It was nearing 11:30. The New Year's shift could wait. All I wanted was my bed and some peace. After a few minutes, I realized I couldn't remember passing any intersections or landmarks. It was the same repeating landscape, open fields, drifting snow, and darkness. Then I spotted another glow, identical to the first, about a quarter-mile ahead. I wondered if there could be two trees set up in the same way. I kept driving, but the closer I got, the more I recognized the details. The small pine, the multicolored lights, and the same size present resting at its base. It looked identical. When I got right next to it, I saw the wrapping paper on the box. It was red with a gold ribbon, exactly like the first one. I felt my heart thump harder. It made no sense. The road had been straight, with no turns, and I hadn't changed direction. Yet here was the same setup, the same lonely Christmas tree. The flickering lights gave me a dull headache. My palms felt damp on the steering wheel, and I realized I was pressing my foot too hard against the gas pedal. I forced myself to breathe and checked my phone. No signal. The little icon flickered as if trying to connect, then vanished. I put the phone down and tried the radio. Static greeted me. I turned it off again, my nerves on edge. Something felt wrong. The road seemed endless, and the second tree had rattled me more than I wanted to admit. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a local group had placed multiple decorations along the route for travelers, but the perfect duplication unsettled me. Another mile went by in silence. The interior of the van felt too warm, so I turned the heat down. My breath came in short bursts, and I realized I was holding tension in my neck. I started scanning the horizon for any sign of buildings or lights. Nothing. Just that lonely stretch of pavement cutting through wide fields. Suddenly, my headlights picked up another tree in the distance. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The same shape, the same lights. I slowed almost to a crawl as I got close. I looked for footprints or tire marks, anything that might explain who put this thing here. A few faint indentations in the snow circled the base, as though someone had walked around it multiple times. Then I noticed the gift. It looked identical to the other two. Red wrapping, gold bow, sitting at the trunk. My stomach felt tight. I couldn't stand the thought of driving further and finding a fourth or fifth tree. I decided to stop. Maybe if I inspected the box, I'd get some clue about who left it there. I pulled over and killed the engine. The quiet was sudden and deep. There was no wind, just a distant hum that might have been my ears ringing from the stress. When I stepped out, my boots crunched on the thin layer of ice. The air smelled of cold and dampness. The tree lights flickered in an erratic pattern. I felt like I was being watched, but I saw no one around. I walked up to the gift, crouched, and touched the top of the box. It felt light, almost hollow. I didn't want to open it. My heart pounded against my chest. It didn't seem like a normal holiday gift. The lights on the tree suddenly dimmed, then went out for a second. I looked around, alarmed, but there was nothing except the fields, the snow, and the silent road. The lights came back on, weaker than before. I had a sudden surge of fear, like I was in the middle of some trap. I let go of the box, rose to my feet, and hurried back to my van. I slammed the door shut and tried to start the engine. The dashboard lights flickered, and the engine coughed like it was resisting. After a few tries, it finally turned over, and I pulled onto the road again. I kept my eyes peeled for anything up ahead. My watch read 11:45 p.m. My mouth felt dry, and my hands were shaky. My mind darted to thoughts about some loop in the road, but that didn't make sense. The GPS on my phone wouldn't work, and the van's built-in navigation system showed me on a straight highway with no side routes. 10 minutes passed in tense silence. Then I caught sight of movement around a bend. My heart leapt. The road looked the same, but now there was a slight curve, something I hadn't noticed before. I realized the highway might not have been as straight as I thought. My headlights illuminated the next stretch. Sure enough, I spotted the familiar flickering glow. I felt my pulse hammering. This was the third time, maybe fourth. I couldn't be sure anymore. I slowed to a crawl, part of me hoping I was mistaken. But it was the same damn tree, small pine, uneven lights, single gift. The only difference was a series of footprints pressed into the snow around the trunk, like someone had paced back and forth. My hands trembled as I sat behind the wheel, watching the lights blink. I thought of turning around, but the road was too narrow, and it would be dangerous in the slick conditions. Besides, if this was some trap, maybe I'd just end up going in circles. The idea that I was stuck in a loop wouldn't leave my mind. I parked again and got out, scanning the area with a flashlight. The night was silent. My breath formed small clouds in the air. The footprints around the tree looked recent. The shape of the boot prints suggested a person or persons had been circling. I tried to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. I managed a weak "hello" that sounded pathetic in the emptiness. No response. A bead of sweat ran down the back of my neck, despite the freezing temperature. The sense of being watched made me glance over my shoulder every few seconds. I shone the flashlight beyond the tree, but all I saw was a white field that vanished into darkness. I turned back toward the van, intending to drive away, but my footsteps felt heavy, like my body resisted. I got inside, slammed the door, and started the engine. My headlights washed over the tree, the flickering lights looking even more feeble. The present at its base seemed to mock me. I stared at it for a few seconds longer than I meant to. Then I forced myself to drive on. I lost track of the time. My watch read midnight, but it felt like I'd been on that highway for much longer. The tension in my shoulders crept up my neck, and my head started throbbing. Every so often, I thought I saw shapes in my peripheral vision, or movement in the fields. I kept checking the rearview mirror but found only darkness. Then it happened again. The van's headlights revealed the same tree for the fourth time. Only now, there were more footprints around it, and the lights on the branches looked close to burning out. I slowed and saw something that made my heart pound. A fresh set of footprints trailed from the road directly to the tree, as if someone had just walked from the same direction I was traveling. I had a strong urge to turn around and drive as fast as I could in the opposite direction, but my gut told me it wouldn't help. I stopped the van, left the engine running this time, and got out with the flashlight. The air was colder than before, and my teeth began to chatter. I followed the footprints for a few steps, but they vanished near the backside of the tree. I looked at the present again. It sat in the same spot, still looking untouched. My breath came in short bursts, and my thoughts raced. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I hurried back to the van, shutting the door with a trembling hand. The engine sputtered for a moment, but it stayed on. I pressed the gas gently, and the van moved forward. Then, in the distance, I spotted a faint red glow. My heart soared with the hope that it was a brake light from another car, or maybe a small building. I pressed on. The glow turned out to be a malfunctioning traffic light at a lonely intersection. The light swung in the breeze, casting a red hue on the road every few seconds. I realized I had come across an intersection that definitely wasn't on my route. I stopped at the light, though there were no other cars. I saw a sign pointing in two directions, but neither name sounded familiar. I decided to go left, because going straight meant continuing on the same road. I needed a change, anything to break the pattern. I made the turn, relieved to see the highway behind me growing distant. The road I took was narrower and even more poorly lit. After a few hundred yards, my headlights illuminated a simple wooden sign that said "Road Closed" in battered letters. Beyond that sign, the pavement appeared cracked and uneven. I pulled over, cursing under my breath. This seemed like a dead end. I looked at the time again, 12:20 a.m. My stomach twisted with dread. I turned the van around and went back to the intersection. I tried the other route, but it also led to a "Road Closed" sign. I was stuck. The only option was to head back the way I came, down the lonely road with the repeated Christmas tree. I gritted my teeth and pulled onto the original highway. I kept the radio off because the static bothered me more than the silence. As I drove, the fields seemed darker, and the sky looked heavier with clouds. The night pressed in on all sides. I had the growing suspicion I was in some sort of trap. My mind raced with logical explanations. Maybe I had been driving in circles because I missed a turn. But the repeated tree with the same box made me question everything. Within minutes, my headlights revealed the tree once more. This time the lights were barely visible, and the present was half buried in snow. The footprints around it looked scattered, as if someone had been pacing in agitation. I felt a burst of raw panic. My heart hammered. My skin tingled with sweat, and I could barely keep my hands steady on the wheel. I slowed to a crawl and then braked. The engine idled. My breath rasped in my throat. I stared at the tree, expecting something to jump out at me. But nothing happened. The light strands glowed weakly, flickering in slow, uneven pulses. I could see my reflection in the side window, and I looked terrified. I decided I couldn't handle another trip up this road. I put the van in reverse, carefully turned around, and drove back toward the intersection. I had no plan except to keep driving until I found another route or a sign of life. 15 minutes later, I saw lights that weren't flickering and realized I was approaching a small diner or cafe. It was too far to see any sign, but it looked like a building with a few outside lights. My heart jumped with relief. I almost laughed at how happy I felt to see something that resembled civilization. I drove closer, but as I approached, the lights went out. I saw only darkness where I could have sworn there were lights a moment before. I slowed the van and rolled to a stop. Then the lights blinked on again, but only faintly, like a generator was failing. The building looked run down, possibly abandoned. The windows were dark, and the parking lot was empty. My relief evaporated. The place looked like it hadn't been open for years. I checked the time. Almost 12:40 a.m. I felt dizzy and had trouble focusing. I realized I had no real choice but to keep driving and hope I'd find a real town or a real diner. That's how the night went on. I drifted from one strange sight to another. Sometimes the road seemed to loop, and the tree would appear again, half frozen, with the same box waiting. I tried to keep calm, but my nerves were raw. My mouth was dry. I blinked rapidly to fight the exhaustion and the surge of panic. I never actually saw a person. I never saw anything move except those flickering lights. My entire body ached with tension, and my mind buzzed with fear. At some point, I lost track of how many times I passed that tree. The darkness and the emptiness pressed in on me. My only anchor was the idea that eventually the sun would rise and I would find a way out. When I finally saw the first hint of daylight, I felt tears well up. The horizon grew lighter, and I realized the road ahead no longer showed any sign of the cursed tree. My phone beeped with a signal. I immediately pulled over, checking the map. I found I was only a few miles from a small town. I let out a shaky laugh, started the van again, and followed the directions, not looking back. Even now, I keep wondering what I saw. Part of me questions if it was some elaborate prank, or if I was just so tired that my mind played tricks. But I can still feel that cold sweat on my neck, and I can still see those faint footprints around that lonely Christmas tree. I can't explain it, and I can't forget it. All I know is that I don't want to drive through that stretch of road on Christmas Eve ever again. Nightfall came sooner than I expected. I was alone in a cabin deep in the mountains, surrounded by dense trees and frozen ground. I had chosen this place for a quiet Christmas, wanting to escape the noise of the city. The cabin was small, with one main room, a tiny kitchen, and a bedroom off to the side. Snow covered the roof, and the wind made the trees sway. The air was cold and still. When I arrived that afternoon, I parked my car about 50 yards from the cabin because the driveway was icy. I hauled my bags inside and started a fire. I had supplies for a few days. I felt relieved to be away from traffic, phone calls, and expectations. I planned to spend Christmas reading, relaxing, and enjoying the calm. I noticed a small bell hanging from the cabin's front eave, rusted around the edges, swinging gently in the breeze. At first, I didn't pay attention to it. I assumed it was a decorative piece left by a previous occupant. By evening, the snow was falling steadily. The sky was a dull gray before it turned black. I made a simple dinner and settled in the main room with a blanket. The fire crackled, casting shadows on the wooden walls. I felt cozy and tired from the trip. The cabin creaked from time to time, but it felt normal for an old building in wintry conditions. I opened a book, intending to read until I felt sleepy. I heard nothing unusual for a while, only the wind outside. Close to midnight, I heard a single chime from the bell outside. It wasn't loud, just a clear, single note. I sat up, wondering if a sudden gust of wind had caused it to move. The room was otherwise silent. I walked to the small window near the front door and looked out. The porch light was weak, but I could see the bell hanging motionless. Snow continued to fall, and I saw no footprints besides my own from earlier. I felt a bit uneasy, but I told myself it was the wind. I returned to my seat and tried to focus on the book. About an hour later, I heard the bell again, this time 2 distinct chimes. They sounded deliberate. My skin prickled, and I set the book down. I listened for more sounds. The wind outside had died down, so I couldn't blame it. I stood up and walked to the window again, leaning forward to get a better view of the yard. The snow on the ground looked undisturbed. The trees stood still. I thought I saw a shape between 2 large pines, but I blinked and it was gone. I figured it might be my eyes adjusting. I felt an increasing sense of discomfort. My pulse felt stronger, and my hands were cold even though the cabin's fire warmed the room. I turned off the main light, leaving only the fireplace glow. I wanted to see outside more clearly. I pressed my face close to the glass and scanned the tree line. I saw no movement, yet the bell had rung twice, and I had no explanation. I tried to calm myself by thinking of rational possibilities. Maybe a weak breeze, or the bell's chain shifting on its hook. Still, the fact that it happened twice in a row bothered me. I decided to check the porch. I pulled on my coat and boots, grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, and stepped outside. The cold air stung my cheeks. My breath formed clouds in front of me. I pointed the flashlight around, examining the porch, the bell, and the area under the eave. I tugged the bell's chain lightly. It produced the same tone I had heard, but now it felt heavy and stable. There was no wind at that moment, so I wondered how it could have moved. I shone the flashlight down the steps and onto the snow. I saw no fresh tracks. The snow lay smooth and even, except for my own prints from earlier. I walked a few steps around the side of the cabin, but I saw nothing suspicious. Darkness pressed in from all directions. When I looked toward the trees, I had the unsettling feeling that something was out there. I heard nothing except my own breathing and the crunch of snow under my boots. I went back inside and locked the door. My hand shook a bit, and I tried to stay calm. I checked my phone, but I had limited signal. The battery was fine, though, so I kept it on the counter. I returned to my seat by the fireplace, thinking that maybe I was letting my imagination run wild. But the cabin felt different now, like something had shifted in the atmosphere. The silence had become heavier. My eyes flicked over to the front window frequently. Around 2 a.m, I managed to doze off for a short time. A noise woke me. It was the bell again. 3 chimes. They sounded spaced out, each one distinct. My heart pounded as I sat up. I listened. Everything went quiet again, except for the crackling fire. I felt a rush of panic. If the bell had rung once, then twice, now 3 times, it felt intentional. I glanced at the window and noticed the reflection of the dying fire. I swallowed hard. I got up slowly, my legs unsteady. I approached the window with caution. I turned off the lamp, leaving just embers in the fireplace. I parted the curtain a few inches. Snow continued to drift down in soft flakes. I couldn't see the bell clearly in the dim light, but I saw the outline of the porch. A shiver ran through my body when I thought I detected movement among the trees. I squinted, unsure if it was a person or an animal. Something tall and still stood near the edge of the forest. I blinked several times, but the shape was gone. I felt an urgent need to check outside again, but a stronger instinct told me to stay put. Instead, I grabbed my flashlight and went to the bedroom window on the side of the cabin, hoping for a different angle. I looked out into the dark. The ground was faintly lit by moonlight reflecting off the snow. I saw fresh prints around the side of the cabin that hadn't been there before. They looked like footprints, not very deep, but definitely there. My stomach tightened. Someone or something had circled the cabin. I returned to the main room and paced. My heart raced, and I felt a sheen of sweat on my forehead. My mouth was dry. I considered calling for help, but I wasn't sure what I would report. I hadn't seen a person, just footprints and a ringing bell. The local authorities would probably dismiss it, and I knew how far I was from any police station. I felt alone and vulnerable. I decided to barricade the door. I pushed a small table against it and checked the windows, making sure they were locked. The cabin had sturdy shutters, so I fastened them from the inside. The sense of intrusion grew in my mind. I kept imagining someone lurking just outside, waiting to strike. My fingers trembled whenever I moved them. Another hour passed. I sat on the couch with a blanket wrapped around me, still wearing my boots. I listened intently. Occasionally, the cabin groaned or popped from the cold. I hated every sound, my nerves on edge. The bell stayed silent for a while, which somehow made it worse. I wanted it to ring or do something so I could confirm there was no one there. The quiet felt oppressive. At around 3:30 in the morning, I heard one chime, just one. It sounded muffled, almost like it came from farther away. I jumped up, kicking the table by accident. My shin throbbed. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the window, forgetting the shutters were closed. I stood there, panting, trying to decide what to do. The door remained closed and barricaded, but I felt no relief. I walked to the side window in the bedroom again. I slid the shutter open a crack and shone the flashlight outside. The footprints that had been near the cabin's wall seemed more numerous now. They curved around the perimeter, as if someone was circling repeatedly. My heart hammered, and I shut the shutter quickly. My thoughts tumbled in my head. Who was out there, and why ring the bell? I sat on the edge of the bed, facing the door. The flashlight was in my hand, my phone beside me. I felt a crawling sensation on my skin. The idea that someone was inches away, beyond the walls, made my breathing quicken. I pressed my phone's screen, revealing almost no reception. I typed a message to a friend, unsure if it would send. Then I tried to call, but it didn't connect. I felt trapped. I heard another series of chimes. This time, they were faint, as if the bell was being touched gently, but not enough to produce a full sound. My muscles tensed, and a wave of nausea hit me. I imagined a hand pressing the bell's clapper. I stood up, grabbed a heavy flashlight I had brought for emergencies, and walked to the living area. I clutched the metal flashlight with both hands. The fire had nearly gone out, leaving the room dim. I considered stepping outside to confront whoever was there, but fear kept me inside. Instead, I yelled, "Who's out there?" My voice shook and it echoed in the stillness. No answer. I repeated the question, louder this time. Silence. I listened carefully for footsteps in the snow, but heard nothing. The moment felt surreal, but I clung to the physical reality. I was alone inside, and there was at least one person or thing outside. The time inched toward 4 a.m. I couldn't calm down enough to sleep, so I stayed alert, pacing from window to window, checking shutters. I heard no more bell sounds for at least half an hour. My anxiety edged higher, though, because I felt like I was waiting for something worse to happen. Every minute felt long and tense. I sensed motion through a gap in the shutters at the main window. I turned off my flashlight and moved closer in the dark. I placed my eye near the gap and saw a figure in the yard, maybe 20 feet away. The person or shape was tall, wearing dark clothing or maybe covered in something. It stood very still, like it was watching the cabin. My pulse pounded in my ears. I kept my breathing shallow. Then the figure seemed to shift. It took a step backward, away from the porch light's range, and faded into the darkness. I didn't know if it was a man or woman, or if my mind was playing tricks. But the footprints outside told me it was real. My legs felt weak, and my hands shook so badly I nearly dropped the flashlight. I forced myself to stay quiet. Eventually, I heard faint crunching steps. They moved around the side of the cabin. Then they faded. I didn't know if the person left or was hiding somewhere else. I waited for the next ring of the bell, but it didn't come. Instead, a dead silence covered the area. No wind, no rustling branches. The cabin felt like a trap. I checked my phone one more time, hoping for a signal. Nothing. I looked at the time. It was past 5 in the morning. Dawn was still an hour or two away, and I counted the minutes in my head. Eventually, weak sunlight began creeping through the gaps in the shutters. I opened them carefully, shining the flashlight outside first. The yard was empty. The bell hung from the eave, motionless. I unbarricaded the door and stepped outside, scanning the area. It was bitterly cold, and my toes went numb almost immediately. New footprints circled the cabin in multiple lines. They led into the trees, where they disappeared under fresh snow. The bell's metal surface looked undamaged, but the chain had fresh scratches, as if it had been deliberately struck. I spent the morning packing my things in a rush. I felt uneasy with every movement, imagining the person returning. The footprints on the ground were proof enough that someone had been near me all night. I locked the cabin and hurried to my car, clearing the snow from the windshield. I glanced over my shoulder every few seconds, expecting to see that shape again. The drive down the mountain road was slow because of ice, but I didn't stop until I reached a gas station miles away. I parked and realized my hands were shaking. I tried to compose myself as I went inside for coffee. My mind replayed the bell's chimes, the footprints, and that silent figure. Part of me still couldn't believe I had spent the night alone in that place. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know the bell didn't ring on its own. I can still feel the cold on my skin when I think about those footsteps around the cabin. That's why I'm not going back, at least not alone. I don't need another sleepless Christmas with a bell echoing in the darkness. I boarded the night train around 10:30. I had a small suitcase in one hand and my phone in the other. The platform was almost empty, and most of the overhead lights flickered with a dull glow. It was Christmas Eve, and I was trying to reach my parents' place by the next morning. I felt tired from a long day of last-minute errands and needed the overnight ride to rest. The train itself seemed old, with worn seats and scuffed floors. The heater blew lukewarm air through dusty vents. I found my assigned seat in a car with only 4 other people scattered around. The lighting was dim. One older woman was seated near the front, asleep with her coat draped across her lap. A couple sat together in the middle, quietly talking and occasionally nodding off. Then there was a figure at the far back of the car. I couldn't see them clearly at first, but I noticed a red beanie on their head and a heavy blanket wrapped around their body. They were positioned in such a way that I couldn't tell if they were awake or asleep. I felt a slight tension in my chest when I realized this person was just sitting upright, facing the aisle. I settled into a seat a few rows ahead of the couple, put my suitcase on the overhead rack, and took a moment to breathe. My phone showed no reliable signal, so I switched it to airplane mode. I stared at the lights passing outside. Snowdrifts lined the edges of the platform, and a thin layer of ice clung to the window. When the train jerked forward and started moving, I felt a surge of relief. I imagined I'd be home by morning, enjoying Christmas breakfast with my parents. The car's soft rocking and the low hum of the wheels normally would have soothed me, but something about the near-empty coach set me on edge. I glanced toward the back. The figure with the red beanie hadn't changed position. The blanket covered most of their body, and the seat's overhead light barely illuminated the area. The face was in shadow, but I thought I glimpsed dark eyes, open and unmoving, fixed on the aisle. My heart fluttered. I told myself maybe this person had a stiff neck or was dozing with eyes half-lidded. Either way, it felt unsettling. I tried to relax and scrolled through some photos on my phone. Without internet, there wasn't much else to do. I kept feeling a pull to look back at that passenger, though. Whenever I peeked, they seemed unchanged, like a statue. The red beanie had holes in it, as if it had been used for years. The blanket looked old, too. I couldn't see the shape of the body underneath. It was bulky, stiff. My imagination started running. Was this person injured? Were they ill? My mind jumped around as the train rattled along. About an hour passed. The older woman near the front changed seats to lie down across two cushions, still asleep. The couple behind me had drifted off. Occasionally the man snored softly. I tried to close my eyes, but each time I felt a prickling at the back of my neck. The overhead lights flickered, and in those moments I sensed the figure at the back might be shifting. I whipped my head around once, but they appeared the same, arms concealed under the blanket, head tilted forward just a bit. I noticed no blinking, no signs of normal movement. I told myself I was being paranoid. I leaned back and forced my eyes shut, blocking out the train's low rumble. Time passed slowly, and my thoughts kept returning to the silent passenger. I heard the conductor's footsteps in the corridor at one point, but he never entered our car. The train slowed down at a small station in the middle of nowhere. Through the window, I saw a deserted platform covered in snow. Nobody got on or off. After a minute, the train picked up speed again. The overhead announcement crackled, but I could only make out fragments of a voice telling us the next stop would be in another hour or so. The car settled into quiet again. My eyelids grew heavy. I decided to head to the bathroom before trying to sleep, figuring I'd feel better afterward. I stood, grabbed my phone, and walked past the couple, who were fast asleep. Approaching the back, I felt my heart rate rise. The silent passenger sat on the left side, head facing forward, seemingly staring at nothing. I glanced at them briefly as I passed. For the first time, I could see their face in the dim light. The cheeks looked pale, almost gray. The eyes were open, but didn't appear to move. I wasn't even sure if the person was breathing, though that might have been my imagination. The blanket draped oddly over the legs, as if there was some rigid framework underneath. I hurried to the bathroom, feeling unsettled. Inside, I locked the door and splashed water on my face. The sink gurgled. My reflection in the mirror showed wide eyes and tense shoulders. I stood there, debating whether I should tell the conductor about this passenger. But what would I say? That they hadn't blinked? That they made me uneasy? I wasn't sure that justified calling official attention. Eventually, I returned to my seat. On the way back, I tried not to look directly at the figure in the back row. Despite my best effort, I caught a glimpse. The head had tilted slightly to the left, as if angled toward the aisle. I felt a chill run up my spine. The rest of the blanket remained still. I hurried by, holding my breath. Back in my seat, I felt that unsettled flutter in my stomach. My thoughts kept racing. I worried I might not sleep at all. The train continued through dark fields and occasional tunnels, each one causing the lights to flicker. During one tunnel, the flicker lasted several seconds. In that moment, I thought I saw the passenger's face tilt even more toward me. When the lights stabilized, I looked back, but they were in the same position as before, looking forward. I closed my eyes and exhaled shakily. Another half-hour crawled by. The train arrived at another small station. The doors opened automatically, letting in a blast of cold air. Not a single passenger boarded. The older woman was still asleep with her jacket over her head. The couple shifted a bit but didn't wake. I noticed the interior lighting in the station was weak, casting strange shadows through the train windows. The conductor's voice crackled again, announcing that the next station would be our last stop before dawn. I wondered if I should get off early, but that would leave me stranded far from my parents' house. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this passenger. Maybe they were ill, or maybe something else was happening. I debated whether to approach them, but the idea of standing face to face with that rigid figure made my heart pound. I decided to do nothing for the moment. After a while, the couple behind me got up and moved to a different car, probably in search of a better seat to sleep. That left me, the older woman in the front, and the silent passenger at the back. The air felt heavier, like a pressure in my chest. I turned to see if the older woman was awake, but she was turned away, lost in her own slumber. I felt alone and trapped in my uncertainty. My phone still had no signal. I cursed the patchy coverage. I checked the time. It was close to 3 a.m. I tried resting again, but an uneasy feeling gnawed at me. Eventually, I dozed off, slumped against the window. A loud jolt woke me. The train had hit a rough patch of track. I opened my eyes, disoriented. The overhead lights flickered faster than before. I looked around. The older woman's seat was empty now. I had no idea where she went. My heart thumped with sudden dread. I stood up, scanning the car, but she wasn't there. Then I turned toward the back. The silent passenger sat exactly as before, head angled forward. I didn't see the older woman or her coat. I felt a surge of panic. I wondered if she'd left at one of the stations, but she hadn't looked awake enough to exit on her own. Trying to steady my nerves, I decided to check the next car forward. Maybe she had gone there. As I passed the rear seat, I risked a glance. The passenger's eyes seemed fixed ahead, unblinking. I almost tripped over my own feet, hurrying away. In the next car, I found the older woman speaking quietly with the conductor. She looked upset. I approached them, relieved she was safe. She mentioned losing her purse and thought maybe she left it in the seat. The conductor said he'd help her look, so they followed me back. When we re-entered our car, she walked straight to her old seat. I saw the silent passenger out of the corner of my eye. No change. The older woman rummaged under her seat and found her purse, then thanked the conductor. He asked if everything was fine, and I swallowed the urge to bring up my concerns. Something held me back, maybe embarrassment. I just said I was fine, that I was having trouble sleeping. He nodded and left us alone. The older woman settled back into her spot, hugging her purse close. At that point, I felt I had to do something. I moved one row closer to the back and forced myself to sit across the aisle, directly in the line of sight of the silent passenger. My heart pounded as I looked them in the eyes for the first time. Their face seemed drawn, almost waxy. The blanket lay in thick folds around the body, but the shape underneath still looked unnatural. The passenger's eyes had no reaction to my stare. There was no blinking, no shift of expression. I felt a knot in my gut. I wondered if they were even alive. Gathering courage, I rose and approached. My lips felt dry. I managed a soft, "Hey, are you all right?" No response. I swallowed and inched closer, standing in the aisle. The train rattled over another track junction, and the overhead lights dimmed. In that brief darkness, I had the sickening feeling that the passenger moved a fraction of an inch. When the lights came back, they were in the same position. I tried once more. "Do you need help?" Still nothing. I hesitated. A wave of dread washed over me, but I reached out and gently touched the edge of the blanket. It felt coarse, like an old tapestry. Underneath, I felt something solid, not flesh. My breath caught in my throat. I jerked my hand away. My mind raced with questions. Was this a dummy? Some kind of prop? Before I could investigate further, the train's speaker crackled, announcing our approach to a stop. I backed off, heart hammering, and returned to my seat. We pulled into a deserted station. The doors slid open. No one boarded. The older woman looked tired, but she stayed put. The passenger in the back didn't move. The conductor strolled through, gave me a polite nod, then continued on. I glanced outside and considered leaving, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I wanted to get home. I wanted to make sense of whatever I had just seen. As the train started moving again, the lights flickered one more time. In that moment, I saw the passenger's head tilt in my direction, just a tiny shift, but enough to freeze me in place. I couldn't breathe for a second. I felt my pulse pounding in my ears. I realized I might never know the truth about this figure. Was it a body, a mannequin, a person in some kind of catatonic state? I stayed in my seat, staring at the back row, feeling that dull terror in my chest. The final stretch of the ride lasted another hour, but it felt endless. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Once or twice, the passenger's head seemed to bob slightly with the train's motion. It felt wrong, like there was no life behind it, just a rigid shape that sometimes shifted with the rattling of the rails. At dawn, we arrived at the last station. The older woman got up and left in a hurry. I grabbed my suitcase and stood in the aisle, looking back. The passenger in the red beanie remained still, face aimed forward. The blanket hadn't budged. I felt a compulsion to walk over and remove the blanket entirely to see what lay beneath. But fear and exhaustion won out. I just wanted to escape that car. Stepping onto the platform, I noticed it was almost empty. A few travelers hurried to catch connecting trains. My parents were supposed to pick me up in half an hour, so I stood in a corner of the station, shaking off the cold. I looked back at the train windows. I thought I saw a silhouette in the car I'd just left. I couldn't tell if it was the same passenger or just my imagination. Then the train hissed and started to move on to the next depot. I never told my parents the details that day. I just said I had an uneasy trip. But the memory lingers, the stiff shape in the corner seat, the unblinking eyes, and my hand brushing against something rigid underneath that blanket. I've taken other trains since, but I'll never forget that silent passenger on Christmas Eve. Even now, I catch myself glancing at the last row whenever I board a late-night train, half expecting to see that figure again, still waiting, still unmoving, hidden under a worn-out red beanie and a heavy blanket. I stayed behind in the apartment building when everyone else went home for the holidays. Classes were over, and my roommates had packed up and left days earlier, eager to celebrate Christmas with their families. I had nowhere urgent to be, so I decided to stay in the city and work on a few assignments in the quiet. At first, the emptiness of the building felt relaxing. Then I started noticing little things that bothered me. I lived on the 4th floor in a cramped, older unit. The walls were thin, and the hallway always felt slightly too long for such a small building. The lights in that corridor were weak fluorescent tubes that buzzed and flickered. Most nights, I'd hear the mechanical hum echoing off the chipped paint, but the hum was constant, and I had learned to tune it out. On the evening before Christmas Eve, I went out to buy some last-minute groceries. I remember it was close to midnight because the small convenience store was about to close. When I returned, I stepped into the lobby, which was dimly lit by a single overhead bulb. I took the elevator up, noticing how still everything felt. No music, no voices, not even the usual clatter of doors. The elevator rattled to my floor, and the doors slid open onto the long corridor. The light there cast a pale yellow glow. I noticed a door at the far end, near the emergency exit, was slightly ajar. That door led to a storage pantry the building manager kept locked. I had never seen it open before. Normally, a padlock secured it. My footsteps echoed as I carried my groceries down the hallway. I slowed when I reached that door, but I didn't step inside. It was dark, and I felt a cold draft coming from within. I assumed someone had messed with the padlock or that maybe the manager forgot to lock up. I felt uneasy, but I continued to my own apartment, locked the door behind me, and put my groceries away. I tried to shrug off the oddness of that open pantry. I ordered myself to forget about it. However, later that night, as I was brushing my teeth, I heard a faint creaking sound. It seemed to come from the hallway, as if a door was opening or closing very slowly. I paused, toothbrush still in my mouth, waiting for a second sound. Nothing. The building was silent again. I finished up, turned out the bathroom light, and went to bed, telling myself that old buildings make noises, especially when it's cold. The next day was quiet. I spent most of it watching movies on my laptop and snacking. The corridors remained dead silent, none of the usual chatter or footsteps. Toward evening, I decided to take out the trash. I grabbed a small bag and stepped into the hallway. It felt colder than usual, and the fluorescent lights flickered as if one of the tubes was nearing the end of its life. I noticed the door to the pantry was closed again. That gave me a small sense of relief. Maybe the manager had come by and secured it. Still, I couldn't shake a nagging unease. As I walked toward the elevator, I heard light footsteps behind me. My heart sped up. I spun around. The hallway was empty, only the flickering light and the long stretch of worn carpet. My arms felt prickly. I laughed nervously at myself for jumping at sounds, and I pressed the elevator button. The metal doors opened with a dull clang, and I went down to the basement to toss the trash. After I disposed of the bag, I stepped back onto the elevator. The trip to the 4th floor felt longer than usual. The air in the cab was stale. When the doors opened, the hallway lights flickered again. I stepped out and felt an immediate awareness, like someone was watching me. I forced myself to walk calmly to my apartment, turning the key in the lock as casually as I could. Once inside, I bolted the door. My heartbeat was up, and I scolded myself for being paranoid. That night, the tension grew. Around 11, the power briefly flickered, plunging the apartment into darkness for a few seconds. In the sudden blackness, I heard a soft scrape at my door, like something brushing against the metal. My breath caught in my throat. My mind raced. Was it my imagination, or had I really heard that? The electricity came back on, and my lights glowed again. I hurried to the peephole, pressing my eye against it. The corridor was empty except for that buzzing fluorescent tube. I waited a moment, then turned away. My legs felt weak, and my hands shook. I spent the next hour trying to watch a show on my laptop, volume turned low. Every so often I paused it, convinced I heard a slight shuffle in the corridor or a faint breath near my door. But each time the hallway was silent when I looked. The stillness weighed on me. By midnight, I decided to sleep. I shut off the lights and crawled into bed, although rest didn't come easily. The next morning was Christmas Eve. I woke to a quiet building. I ate breakfast and tried to distract myself. The hours slipped by with me half dozing, half studying. I told myself to relax. But every time I stepped into the corridor to use the communal laundry room or toss out trash, I felt like something was off. The door to the pantry was closed, but I imagined it was slightly out of alignment, like it had been opened again and pulled shut. Later that evening, around 9, the building's power went out for a full minute. This time, it felt ominous. I lit a small flashlight and sat on the couch, waiting for the lights to return. During that minute of darkness, I heard a distinct scratching sound at my door. It was lighter than before, like someone trailing their fingers across the metal. My mouth went dry. I held the flashlight in a trembling hand, focusing its beam on the door. The lights came back on. I darted to the peephole. Again, nothing. The corridor stretched out, lit by the flickering fluorescence. I pressed my ear to the door, but heard no movement. I quickly checked the lock and chain, both secure. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my ears. An hour passed with me sitting in the living room, all my nerves on high alert. At some point, I grabbed a kitchen knife and held it on my lap, feeling silly but unable to let go. Then a sudden blackness hit, another power cut. I froze. In the dark, the building was absolutely silent. I held my breath. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate footstep just beyond my door. Then another. They were soft but unmistakable. My pulse pounded. I tried to calm myself, forcing shallow breaths so I could listen. The footsteps stopped right in front of my apartment. I felt certain that if I looked through the peephole, I would see someone or something standing there. But I couldn't bring myself to do it in the pitch dark. My hand shook around the flashlight. Then, as quickly as it had gone out, the power returned. I jumped up, heart in my throat, and turned the beam toward the door. I heard a faint scuffling sound moving away. I mustered every ounce of courage and placed my eye to the peephole. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of movement at the far end of the corridor near the pantry door. It could have been a figure. It vanished into the shadows before I could focus. I cursed under my breath, uncertain whether I'd actually seen a person or just my eyes adjusting. My body shook with tension. I called out, "Hello," into the door, but there was no reply. I decided I couldn't handle another sleepless night like this. I needed answers. I grabbed my coat and the flashlight, keeping the knife in my pocket. I opened the door cautiously and peered into the hallway. It looked empty. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The pantry door was closed, but something about it seemed off. I approached it slowly, every step feeling too loud in the stillness. When I stood before the door, I tried the handle. It turned freely, no resistance. The padlock was missing. I pushed the door open a few inches. The darkness inside was thick, so I shone my flashlight. I saw boxes stacked in disarray, random cleaning supplies, and old furniture under dusty tarps. The space smelled like damp cardboard. Nothing stood out as particularly menacing. But I noticed footprints in the dust on the floor, like someone had been pacing around in there. I whispered a cautious, "Hello?" but got no response. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and I felt sweat building on my forehead despite the cold. Suddenly, the corridor lights flickered again, and a breeze seemed to blow from deeper in the pantry, pushing the door slightly. I jumped back, nearly dropping the flashlight. My instincts screamed that I shouldn't go any further. I backed away, returning to my apartment door, keeping my eyes on the pantry. Then I retreated inside and locked up. My mind reeled with possibilities. A homeless person sneaking in, a prank by some bored neighbor, or something I couldn't explain. I considered calling the building manager or even the police, but I had no real proof of a crime. The manager was probably out of town for the holidays. I told myself to wait until morning, when the sun was up, to investigate further or call someone. The rest of that night was a blur of tension. I sat in the living room, lights on, waiting for more power cuts or more noises. The corridor stayed quiet, though I thought I heard the faintest shuffle once around 2 in the morning. I didn't dare check. My nerves felt stretched to a breaking point. At dawn, I finally dozed off. When I woke around 10, I forced myself to check the hallway once more. It was still and cold, with that ever-present buzz of the fluorescents. I walked to the pantry door. This time it was locked with a new padlock, a different style from before. That threw me off. Who had locked it? I hadn't heard anyone in the night, nor had I slept deeply enough to miss them. My anxiety spiked. I decided to pack a bag and leave for a few days. I didn't care that it was Christmas morning. I didn't feel safe. I grabbed some clothes, my laptop, and important documents. I left the building, half expecting to see someone lurking in the stairwell or behind the lobby doors, but everything was calm. No manager, no other tenants, just empty halls. I spent the holidays with a friend across town, crashing on his couch. He teased me for being spooked, but listened seriously when I described the footprints, the door, and the sounds. After the holidays, I moved out. I couldn't stomach the idea of living there alone again. Even now, I can't explain what happened. I only know what I heard: footsteps, scratching at the door, and that pantry opened and closed at odd times. Something or someone was in that corridor, watching me, or waiting. I never got a clear look at them, but the memory of that open door and those faint steps still makes my skin crawl. I'm just glad I left before anything worse occurred. I don't need more proof to know I wasn't alone in that old, empty building. I had been driving for hours. The snow-covered roads stretched endlessly in front of me, and I felt the fatigue building in my arms and legs. My destination was still another 100 miles away, and I wanted to reach my family's home before sunrise. It was Christmas Eve, and I hoped to arrive while everyone was still asleep. The roads were mostly empty, except for occasional trucks or SUVs that passed me by. My heater was on full blast, but the cold air still seeped in through the cracks of the old sedan. I noticed a small sign on the side of the road advertising a roadside cafe. The letters looked faded, and the paint was chipped. I felt a slight sense of relief. I needed a break from the darkness and the monotony of the trip. I decided to pull over and grab a cup of coffee, maybe warm up my hands for a few minutes. There weren't many other options along that lonely stretch of highway, so this little place seemed like a good idea at the time. I turned into the gravel parking lot. The headlights illuminated a single-lane driveway that led to a modest building with a flickering neon sign that simply read, "Open." Snow-covered parts of the walkway, and I spotted one dull street lamp next to the entrance, casting a weak yellow light. I didn't see any other cars. I considered just turning around, but I needed the rest. I parked near the entrance, turned off the engine, and stepped out into the biting cold. My boots crunched on the icy ground. The air smelled of frozen earth and faint exhaust. I approached the door, which had a wreath with some wilted pine branches. A small bell jingled when I pushed the door open. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the decor felt outdated. I noticed a few plastic Christmas ornaments and an old nativity scene on the counter. The place looked like it hadn't changed in decades. There was a long Formica counter to my right, a few booths to my left, and a radio playing static in the background. A man stood behind the counter, wearing a Santa-themed hat. His eyes met mine, and he offered a quick, guarded smile. I noticed his apron was stained with what looked like old coffee and grease. He had a tired face, but he spoke in a polite, controlled tone. "Merry Christmas," he said quietly, as if testing my reaction. I nodded and said, "Merry Christmas to you too." I moved closer to the counter and sat on one of the stools, feeling the vinyl seat crackle under my weight. He introduced himself as the owner and only staff working that night. He asked what I wanted. I requested a black coffee, hoping it would keep me awake for the rest of the drive. He set about preparing it, and I noticed his every movement was slow, almost deliberate. The radio in the corner hissed with static, and sometimes I could hear a distorted Christmas tune before it cut out again. While I waited, I looked around. The walls had old photos of people I didn't recognize, possibly regular customers from years past. A small artificial tree stood on a corner table, decorated with colored lights that flickered inconsistently. The entire cafe had an eerie stillness, as if the air refused to circulate. I felt my stomach tense up, though I couldn't explain why. When the owner placed the coffee in front of me, I noticed he kept staring a bit too long. He asked where I was headed, and I told him about my drive to see my family. He nodded and repeated some of my words back to me, like he was memorizing them. "Long drive," he said, and I heard the faintest edge in his voice. I responded politely, but I was starting to feel uneasy. I wrapped my hands around the warm mug and took a sip. The coffee tasted stronger than expected, bitter and slightly burnt. I tried not to make a face. My eyes drifted to the window, where I saw my car under the glow of the single street lamp. Then I realized there was someone else standing near my vehicle, a figure barely visible. It stood still, appearing to face the cafe. I couldn't see any features, just a dark shape against the snow. I tensed. I wondered if I should mention it to the owner, but he was busy wiping the counter in slow, repetitive motions. I cleared my throat and said, "I think there's someone outside by my car." He paused, glanced outside, and then shrugged. He told me he didn't see anything. I frowned and looked again, but the figure was gone. My pulse quickened. I didn't want to overreact, so I brushed it off. I tried to focus on finishing my coffee quickly. The radio suddenly gave off a high-pitched whine, then went silent. The owner twisted the dial a few times, but only static came back. He apologized and said the signal was always spotty at night. I nodded without speaking. The silence in the cafe felt heavy. I noticed the artificial tree's lights blinked at irregular intervals, and the nativity scene on the counter had missing pieces. I saw only a few figurines left, chipped and rearranged in odd positions. My coffee was nearly gone, and I decided to pay and leave. The owner stood there, watching me reach for my wallet. When I handed him the money, he stared at my hand for a moment before taking it. Then he gave me my change, his fingers lingering on mine a second too long. He offered me a refilled cup for the road, which I accepted, though my gut feeling told me to leave as fast as I could. I was about to turn toward the door when I glanced out the window again. The figure returned, standing near the trunk of my car this time. I felt my stomach twist. I told the owner, "I'm sorry, but there's definitely someone out there." He looked at me, said nothing, then went around the counter to the window. He squinted, shook his head and said, "I don't see anyone." My eyes stayed on the same spot, but the figure disappeared again, as if it had sensed we were looking. I felt a surge of anxiety. I told the owner I needed to get going. He walked me to the door. As I stepped outside, I looked around, trying to spot the person who might be out there. All I saw was my car, half covered in light snow. The wind had picked up, slicing through my coat. I hurried to the driver's side, my footsteps crunching loudly on the gravel. When I reached my car, I noticed fresh footprints around it, circling near the tires. They weren't mine. The tread pattern looked different, larger. My heart pounded. I got in the driver's seat and locked the doors. I placed the refilled coffee cup in the holder and started the engine. For a moment, the engine sputtered, then caught. The headlights illuminated the front of the cafe, where I saw the owner standing in the doorway, still wearing his Santa hat, watching me. Behind him, the flickering neon sign cast strange shadows on his face. It looked like someone else might have been standing further inside the cafe, but I couldn't be certain because the interior lights were so dim. I shifted into reverse and pulled out of the lot. The snow made traction tricky, but I managed to get back onto the main highway. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure in the back seat. Of course it was empty, but my pulse refused to settle. My hands felt clammy on the steering wheel. As I drove, I sipped the fresh coffee. It had a bitter taste, similar to the first cup, and something about it made me nauseous. I only drank a bit more before dumping the rest out the window at a slow turn. My mouth tasted off. The bitterness lingered. My mind raced with thoughts of the figure outside my car, the odd footprints, and the owner's strange behavior. The radio in my car picked up only static, so I shut it off. Half an hour later, I approached a deserted stretch of highway with no streetlights. The wind picked up, and snow blew across the road. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but white flakes swirling. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a shape dart across the shoulder, but I convinced myself it was my imagination. My nerves were already frayed. I noticed my eyelids felt heavy. My arms felt weaker, and I gripped the wheel to maintain control. I wasn't sure if the coffee was bad or if exhaustion had finally caught up with me. My heart began to beat faster. I swallowed hard, trying to focus on the road. My car's heater sputtered, and the vents blew tepid air. I told myself I needed to reach the next town, find a motel if necessary. About 10 minutes later, the road curved around a small wooded area. I slowed down. My headlights lit up a sign for a rest area a mile ahead. I considered stopping, but remembered the footprints and the figure outside the cafe. The thought of parking in another deserted spot made my stomach turn. I pressed on, ignoring the tension in my arms and the queasy feeling in my stomach. Suddenly, I saw headlights in my rearview mirror. They appeared out of nowhere. The vehicle behind me stayed at a distance, matching my speed. My mind jumped to the possibility that it was the figure from the cafe or someone connected to that place. My palms grew sweaty, and I decided to speed up slightly. The headlights followed. I slowed. The headlights slowed. Each action I took was mirrored. That sense of being pursued crept in. I noticed my phone had no signal, so calling for help was not an option. The next town was still miles away. I told myself it could be a coincidence. Maybe it was just another traveler who was wary of the icy roads. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched or followed. My heart thudded, and every muscle in my shoulders felt tight. After several miles of this, the vehicle behind me suddenly turned off onto a side road without signaling. Its lights vanished into the darkness. I almost didn't believe it at first. I exhaled a trembling breath. My pulse remained elevated. I kept driving, looking in the mirror every few seconds. The highway ahead stretched into the night. The snow kept falling, swirling around the beams of my headlights. Eventually, I reached a small cluster of gas stations and motels. I spotted an all-night convenience store and pulled in. The parking lot had bright lights, and I saw a couple of other cars there. I parked near the entrance and turned off my engine. For a few moments, I just sat in the driver's seat, trying to calm my breathing. The memory of the roadside cafe still hovered in my mind. The owner's watchful gaze, the figure outside, the footprints, and the bitter taste of the coffee. I decided to go inside the store, buy some bottled water, and shake off the lingering anxiety. The fluorescent lights inside were harsh, but they felt safe. There were other customers, and the cashier greeted me with a friendly nod. I quickly bought water and some snacks. On my way out, I glanced around the parking lot. No sign of any suspicious figures. No one with a Santa hat. No footprints circling my car. I almost felt normal again. When I got back on the road, I set the GPS for my parents' house. It showed I had another hour of driving. I sipped the water, trying to get rid of the aftertaste of that burnt coffee. My nerves slowly settled, though my mind occasionally went back to that empty cafe and the shape I saw near my trunk. I never figured out who that was or why they vanished each time. I still wonder if the owner really didn't see them or if he was pretending. I arrived at my parents' place just as the first hint of morning light touched the horizon. My body felt drained, and I offered only a brief greeting before heading to the guest room. I collapsed onto the bed. Even though I was safe, I couldn't stop replaying the night's events. That sense of being watched lingered. The memory of the footprints on the snow and the figure by my car stuck in my mind. I don't know if it was a simple prank, some midnight wanderer, or something else. But the tension I felt in that cafe, with its dim lights and near-silent radio, still comes to me sometimes when I drive alone at night. I've never stopped at another roadside cafe on Christmas Eve since. We arrived later than expected. The winding road through the valley took longer to navigate in the dark, and the layer of fog made visibility worse. My partner and I had booked this inn last minute because it was the only place available in the area for Christmas Eve. We were tired and hungry by the time we parked in front of the old building. The exterior lights were dim, and the sign above the entrance looked worn. A tall line of pine trees surrounded the property, and the fog clung to everything. I stepped out of the car and felt a chill in the air. My partner grabbed our small suitcase, and we walked up the creaking wooden steps to the main door. An older woman opened it before we could knock. She had a polite but distant demeanor. She wore a plain dress and a sweater, and her hair was pulled back in a tight bun. She greeted us without a smile, then led us into a narrow lobby decorated with faded holiday wreaths and dusty garlands. A subtle scent of mold mixed with the smell of old wood. She showed us a logbook where we could sign in. I noticed no other recent entries. She then led us upstairs to the attic level, explaining that most rooms were closed for the season. The building felt empty and cold. The narrow staircase groaned under our footsteps. I glanced at my partner, who gave me a look of uncertainty. The woman insisted we stay in the last room at the end of the corridor, near a small window that overlooked the back of the property. When we reached the door, she handed over a large brass key and told us not to wander around after midnight because they turned off the heating in certain parts of the inn. She also muttered something about the hallways being drafty, which made me uneasy. She left without further explanation. We entered the room and locked the door behind us. The room itself was cozy at first glance. It had a double bed, an armchair by a small dresser, and a single lamp on a bedside table. The window was foggy, but I could see a faint outline of trees outside. We noticed a few old Christmas ornaments scattered around, a ceramic reindeer on a shelf, a string of colored lights hung haphazardly along one wall. The radiator clanked when I tried to adjust the knob. It produced weak warmth. My partner sat on the bed, rubbing her hands together. The air felt stale, and the silence of the entire inn weighed on us. We were the only guests, apparently. We hoped to sleep and leave early in the morning. That was our plan. Around 10 o'clock, we tried to settle in. My partner changed into warm pajamas, and I checked my phone for signal. There was none. The inn seemed shielded from any tower by the mountains. I stood by the window looking down. The fog obscured most of the view. I could barely see our car parked near a side fence. I spotted no other vehicles. The entire place felt abandoned. Close to midnight, we heard a faint squeaking noise from the corridor. At first, we assumed it was the old woman checking rooms or adjusting the thermostat. We ignored it. But the noise persisted. It sounded like a slow, steady dragging or something heavy being moved across the floor. My partner and I exchanged worried glances. Then the noise ceased abruptly. We waited, unsure if we should investigate. Neither of us wanted to roam the hallways, especially after the warning about the heating. A few minutes later, we heard footsteps outside, soft but deliberate. My partner pressed an ear to the door. The footsteps paused right in front of our room for a moment. I felt my heart pound. Then they continued down the hallway. We let out a quiet breath. We didn't want to draw attention by opening the door, so we stayed put. Sometime around 1 in the morning, the temperature in our room dropped. The radiator seemed to be failing. My partner and I decided to see if we could find the innkeeper and ask about extra blankets or another heating option. We left the room with a flashlight, since the corridor lights were kept low. The hallway was dim, with only a single overhead bulb near the stairs. As we passed the other doors, we noticed they were all locked or had signs of disuse. Sheets covered some furniture in the hallway, which hadn't been there earlier. That discovery unsettled us because we had walked to our room just a few hours before and hadn't seen these sheets. We called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Our voices echoed. No reply. We descended 1 floor, reaching a lounge area. The lights were off, and some chairs were covered with white cloths. A few Christmas decorations lay scattered on the floor, as if someone had knocked them over. I picked up a small ornament shaped like a bell. It was chipped. My partner wondered if the old woman was cleaning or reorganizing, but we saw no sign of her. We walked to the main desk in the lobby. The lamp there was off, and the old guest log was closed. We rang a small service bell on the counter. The ding sounded loud in the emptiness. No one came. The front door was locked from the inside, and we didn't see a key. My partner tried calling out again, but only silence answered us. Feeling uneasy, we decided to return to our room, gather our belongings, and leave at first light. We climbed the stairs once more. The corridor on the attic level felt even colder. As we approached our room, we noticed something odd. The Christmas ornaments in the hallway had changed position. A small wreath now lay on the floor near our door, and a plastic Santa figure was tipped over on a nearby table. We couldn't recall seeing those items positioned like that before. A deep unease took hold of me. We re-entered our room and locked the door. The radiator was barely warm. Our suitcase looked undisturbed, but we double-checked everything. I peered out the window. The fog was thicker now, and I thought I saw a tall shape near the fence, but it could have been a post or a shrub. My partner urged me to shut the curtain. The hours dragged on. Neither of us could sleep. Around 3 a.m, we heard more movement in the hallway. Light footsteps, then faint whispers, though we couldn't make out words. We agreed that if it continued, we would leave as soon as the sky showed any sign of dawn. We waited, tense, huddling under the blankets for warmth. At some point, we both dozed off from exhaustion. We woke to a dull gray light filtering through the window. It was still early, but the sun had started to rise. We quickly packed our things, eager to get on the road. I unlocked the door and stepped into the corridor. It was empty. No more sheets covered the furniture. The decorations that had been scattered around were gone. The hallway looked plain and still. A slight draft hit my face as we walked toward the stairs. We descended to the lobby, hoping to see the old woman at the front desk. The entire space was deserted. The heavy front door stood ajar this time, letting in a cold breeze. I saw no luggage, no sign of any staff. We called out, but no one answered. My partner suggested leaving money on the desk to cover the night's stay, but we realized we had already paid a deposit online. We decided to find the car key and leave. We stepped outside and noticed our car was the only one in the lot. A layer of frost covered the windshield. I fished in my coat pocket for the car key, but it wasn't there. I rummaged through my suitcase. My partner checked her bag, but neither of us could find it. A wave of panic hit me. I was certain I had it in my coat pocket the night before. Now it was gone. We checked the ground around the car, the trunk area, and even the passenger seats through the windows. Nothing. I felt a rush of frustration. The fog was lifting, and the valley looked empty. No other buildings in sight, just thick trees and rolling hills. My partner and I decided to recheck our room in case we had dropped the key. We went back inside. The door was still open. The lobby looked the same, quiet and cold. We climbed to the attic floor, retracing our steps. The corridor felt unnaturally silent. When we reached our room, the door was closed, even though we had left it wide open in our rush. My partner gave me a questioning glance. I turned the knob. The door was unlocked, so we entered. The radiator was stone cold, and the bed looked just as we'd left it. We checked every corner of the room, but the key wasn't there. A feeling of helplessness settled over me. We thought about searching the entire inn for the old woman, but that sounded exhausting. Instead, we decided to look for a phone, either a landline or a staff phone in the office. We roamed the ground floor and discovered a hallway behind the main desk. It led to a closed door labeled Staff Only. We tried the knob. It turned. Inside, we found a small office with an outdated computer, a filing cabinet, and a phone. I picked up the receiver, but there was no dial tone. My partner searched the desk drawers. We found old receipts, scattered keys, and an address book, but nothing that looked like a car key or a functional phone system. The place seemed neglected. I felt trapped. We had no cell service, no working phone, and no sign of the owner. We also noticed old photos on the wall, pictures of people who might have run the inn decades ago. None of them resembled the old woman we'd met the night before. Returning to the lobby, we stood there, uncertain what to do. The morning light came through the open door, making the old decorations seem more worn and sad. My partner and I decided to wait outside in case someone showed up. We sat on the porch steps, hugging our coats against the cold. We saw no one. After a while, we went back to the car, hoping maybe we had overlooked the key. Still nothing. We felt an odd mixture of anger, fear, and confusion. The inn was silent, with no other guests, no staff, and no sign of how to leave. We considered walking back down the road to the nearest town, but the valley was remote, and we weren't sure how far it was to any services. The road we'd driven on was miles of twisting curves. My partner worried about the time we'd waste if we couldn't find help. That was the moment we heard a rustling noise near the side of the building. We looked over and thought we saw a figure slip around the corner, the edge of a dark coat disappearing behind the inn. We shouted, "Wait!" and hurried after it. By the time we reached the corner, we found nothing, just an empty yard covered in damp leaves. We stood there, hearts pounding, scanning the trees. The figure was gone. We stayed at that inn the rest of the day, searching every room for our car key or for the innkeeper. Nobody appeared. We slept one more uneasy night, taking turns staying awake. The dragging noise returned around midnight, followed by quiet footsteps in the hallway, but we never saw anyone. When dawn broke again, we decided to walk. We locked our room, left a note with our contact information at the front desk, and started hiking down the road with our suitcases. The inn faded behind us, silent and still. I don't know who that old woman was or why the place felt so strange. We eventually reached a small mechanic's shop after a 2-hour walk. We arranged a ride back to retrieve the car the following day with a spare key shipped by a relative. We never found out why the inn was nearly abandoned. We never got an explanation for the missing key or the strange sounds. But the memory stays clear. The dragging in the hall, the old decorations that kept moving, the locked doors and silent rooms, and the figure we could never catch. We try not to think about it, but every Christmas, I remember that cold, empty lobby and the uneasy feeling that we weren't really alone in that old building. I wanted to get home fast. It was Christmas Eve, and I had finished my shift later than planned. I worked in a small office in a nearby town, and I lived in a village about 3 miles away. Usually I took the main road, but that night I felt impatient. The temperature had dropped, and snow lay over everything. I recalled a shortcut across a field that could save me nearly an hour of walking. Despite the darkness and the cold, I decided to risk it. I stepped off the main road and followed a narrow path that led to the field's edge. The wind stung my face, and my breath fogged the air. I wore a thick coat, but I could still feel the chill biting my exposed skin. My boots crunched on the snow, and the faint moonlight provided just enough visibility to see a few yards ahead. The rest was darkness, broken by random patches of white where the moon hit the snow. At first, the shortcut seemed fine. The ground was level, and I recognized some shrubs that indicated I was heading in the right direction. The distant lights of my village glimmered faintly on the horizon. I couldn't see the houses clearly, but I knew they were there. If all went well, I'd be home in about 30 minutes. The snow got deeper about 100 yards in. My boots sank up to my ankles, and I moved slowly. I tried to keep my pace steady, ignoring the strain in my calves. The wind whistled across the open space, making my ears ache. I pressed on, determined to save time. After a few minutes, I noticed something unusual in the distance. A cluster of small colored lights. They looked like Christmas lights, but they hovered in a spot where no house should be. It was just the middle of the field, with no visible structure. I stopped, uncertain if I was seeing things. The lights blinked on and off in no clear pattern. Then, as I watched, they went dark. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, Or maybe someone had set up a decoration in the field. It felt odd, but I didn't want to linger. I continued forward, scanning the area. The darkness felt heavier, and the wind gusted, causing me to hunch my shoulders. My heart beat a little faster. I told myself it was just the cold. Another few steps, and I heard a faint crunch behind me. I whipped around, shining my phone's flashlight. Nothing, just an endless white expanse and my own footprints. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, though, and I walked faster. Eventually, the terrain sloped down a bit, and I found myself slipping. I realized a thin layer of ice lay beneath the fresh snow. I almost lost my balance, but managed to steady myself. My breath came in quick bursts as I kept moving. The lights of my village still beckoned from the distance. I tried to focus on that goal. Then I heard a sharp crack in the snow behind me. It sounded like someone stepping on ice. I spun around again, phone flashlight raised. The field was empty. My boot prints trailed behind me, but I saw no other tracks. My heart pounded. The wind died for a moment, leaving a stillness that made my breathing sound too loud. I forced myself to move on, reminding myself that fields can creak and shift in the cold. Maybe the ice had cracked on its own. A few steps later, I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. Yet my nerves stayed on edge. The cold felt more intense, like it seeped through my coat and into my bones. My phone showed weak battery, so I shut off the flashlight to conserve power. I relied on the moonlight again, which was enough to see a faint outline of the field. I trudged on, and after about 5 minutes, I spotted movement off to my right, a flicker of motion or a shadow. It was too dark to see clearly. My mouth went dry. I paused, scanning the area. The shape was gone. The wind picked up again, swirling the snow. I turned back toward the direction of my village, determined not to get spooked by illusions. But my pulse raced, and I realized I was sweating under my coat. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my shoulder, like a light touch. I jumped back, almost slipping on the ice again. My eyes darted around. No one stood there, and there was no low-hanging branch or anything else that could have touched me. My heart thumped so hard I felt it in my ears. I forced myself to keep walking. I refused to let fear paralyze me. I headed for a small rise in the field, hoping the higher ground would give me a better view of the village. The snow grew uneven, with hidden dips that made each step uncertain. The clouds shifted, temporarily blocking the moon, and the darkness thickened. I slowed my pace, breathing through my nose, trying to keep calm. I needed to find a landmark. Then I heard it, a faint snap, like a twig breaking. It came from somewhere behind me, maybe a dozen yards away. My chest tightened. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice sounded shaky. Only the wind answered, carrying my words away. I scanned the gloom again, my eyes straining to pick out shapes. The field was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I forced myself to keep moving. My watch said it was nearing midnight. My family might already be gathered around the table, expecting me soon. The thought of them waiting kept me focused. I needed to get home. The slope leveled out, and I could see the faint silhouette of a distant tree line. That meant the main road was on the other side. If I made it to the road, I'd be safe. I picked up my pace. Out of nowhere, I felt a gentle tug on my coat hem. It was so soft that I almost thought I imagined it. But I felt it again, a quick pull at the fabric. I spun around, heart hammering, and aimed my phone flashlight. The beam illuminated swirling snow, nothing more. My breath came in sharp gasps, and I realized tears pricked at my eyes. I told myself it had to be a stray branch under the snow, but there were no bushes nearby, just open ground. A jolt of cold fear coursed through my stomach. I needed to get out of that field. My heart pounded as I half ran, half waded through the deep snow toward the tree line. Each step felt heavier. The wind whipped around me, carrying strange whispers I tried to ignore. I pressed on until I reached a small hill that I recognized from previous treks. Usually in daylight I could see the village church steeple from the top. Tonight the fog and darkness prevented that. Still, I knew I was closer. I took a moment to catch my breath. I risked one more look behind me. The footprints I left trailed back into the darkness. I saw no other footprints, no shadows, no figures, but the sense of being watched wouldn't leave me. My hands shook from a mix of cold and adrenaline. I stumbled forward. At that point, the colored lights from earlier appeared again. They flashed in the corner of my vision, off to the side, near a slight dip in the field. I couldn't tell what they were attached to. They blinked erratically, then vanished as soon as I focused on them. The abrupt darkness that followed seemed even deeper. My mind raced with explanations. Possibly someone's holiday decorations set up in the field for some reason, or my eyes playing tricks. But it didn't feel normal. My skin crawled. I had to cross a final patch of ice. The ground sloped down, forming a shallow ravine before rising again to meet the road. I went carefully, testing each step. The wind had calmed, leaving an eerie stillness. My ears rang with tension. Halfway across, I felt the ice beneath my boot crack. I froze, shifting my weight slowly, trying to keep from breaking through. My heart pounded. I inched forward, reaching more solid ground. Relief washed over me when I made it across. Then I heard a muffled sound, like a low whisper, right behind me. My body tensed. It sounded like a soft voice, but I couldn't understand any words. I took off at a near run, ignoring the risk of slipping. My feet pounded through the snow. I forced my legs to move faster, desperate to get away from whatever was behind me. When I reached the crest of the slope, I finally saw the road, a dark ribbon lined with a few faint streetlights in the distance. The sight nearly made me cry with relief. I staggered onto the asphalt, breathing hard, ignoring the burning in my thighs. I turned around one last time to face the field. The white expanse looked still and silent under the moonlight. The odd lights were gone, the strange touches and whispers nowhere in sight. I felt my chest tighten with leftover fear. I didn't linger. I walked along the road until I reached the first houses of my village. My shoulders remained tense, and every noise made me jump, but at least the glow of street lamps and the presence of buildings calmed me slightly. By the time I made it to my own doorstep, my limbs were shaking. My family greeted me with concern, noticing how agitated I looked. I just said I had a rough walk in the cold. I never told them the full story of that shortcut. I managed to calm down after a while, sipping hot tea and feeling the warmth of the house chase away the chill in my bones. But the memory stayed clear. The strange lights, the phantom touches, the sense of being followed, the whispered sound in the darkness. I decided I would never take that route again. Since that night, I always stick to the main road, no matter how late or cold it is. The few times I consider cutting through the field, I remember that sensation of something unseen tugging at my coat. I don't have a rational explanation, and maybe I never will, but I know what I felt. It was enough to convince me that the shortcut isn't worth it. Even on a quiet Christmas Eve, I'd rather walk the long way around than risk encountering those lights and whispers again. I was supposed to be on a flight home for Christmas. My plane got canceled at the last minute because of a severe snowstorm, and the airline gave me a voucher for a cheap hotel near the airport. I felt annoyed and tired as I checked in. The lobby smelled of stale air freshener, and the receptionist seemed bored. I got my key card and made my way up to the third floor. The hallway lights flickered a bit, and the carpet felt worn under my shoes. When I entered the room, the scent of old cleaning chemicals hit me. The walls had holiday-themed decals, like stick-on snowflakes and small Santa heads. A miniature plastic Christmas tree sat on the dresser, half leaning to one side, with a few tangled lights that didn't look like they worked. I tossed my bag on the bed and noticed the linens seemed thin. The heater rattled when I turned it on, struggling to warm the space. I shrugged it off, thinking I'd only be there one night. I felt hungry, but the thought of hunting for food in that storm made me stay put. I decided to see what the TV offered. My phone battery was low, and I had no charger that fit the outdated outlets in this place, so the TV was my only distraction. The remote had sticky buttons, but I clicked through the channels. Most showed static or fuzzy local news. About 8 channels in, something unusual popped up on the screen. It looked like a live camera feed of a dimly lit room. The space shown was small, with concrete walls. A single armchair sat in the middle, pointed slightly to the left. No windows, no decorations, just the chair and maybe a small table next to it. The camera didn't move. There was no sound. At first I thought it was some odd local station or a glitch. I changed the channel, not wanting to stare at it. The rest of the channels were normal or fuzzy, so I ended up settling on a random show. After a while, I flipped back out of curiosity to see if the camera feed was still there. The screen went blue, indicating no signal. I shrugged, figuring it was a technical error. I decided to take a quick shower. The water pressure was weak, and the temperature kept fluctuating. After I got dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants, I checked the time on my phone. Past midnight. I grabbed the remote again, flipping through channels to find something that might lull me to sleep. My eyes felt heavy, but my mind was restless. I soon stumbled on that camera feed again. This time, it was back, but slightly different. The armchair had shifted. It now faced the camera more directly. I noticed a small box on the floor near one of its legs. The room looked the same otherwise, with that dull concrete texture. I leaned closer, trying to see if maybe a person was standing off to the side. The camera angle seemed fixed, and the lights in that room flickered faintly. Still no sound. My pulse quickened. I wondered if it was some closed-circuit feed the hotel used. But the room definitely didn't look like any part of this building. The vibe felt off. I tried not to let it bother me. I changed the channel again, told myself it was none of my business. Yet my brain couldn't let go. After a few minutes of half-watching some old sitcom, I flipped back. The feed was gone. Blue screen. Something about that unsettled me. Why would it appear, then vanish? I turned the TV off and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The heater rattled and clanked. The glow from the cheap Christmas tree cast a faint shadow on the wall. I tried to sleep, but images of that dimly lit room stayed in my mind. I pictured the armchair, the box on the floor, the possibility of someone just out of frame. Around 1 a.m, I gave up on sleep and turned the TV on again. My heart pounded as I flicked through the channels, half hoping I wouldn't see that feed and half dreading I might. Suddenly, there it was. Now the camera angle looked slightly tilted, like the tripod or mount had been bumped. The armchair was closer to the foreground. The box on the floor looked larger than before, or maybe it had been moved. I couldn't tell. There was still no movement, no audio. The silence in my own room felt heavy. I got up, walked around the small space, trying to decide what to do. Calling the front desk seemed pointless. I had a feeling the clerk either wouldn't know or wouldn't care. I swallowed hard, then approached the TV, checking for any cable or label. Nothing indicated a special feed. I thought about scanning for signals with my phone, but I had barely any battery left. I felt silly for letting it scare me, but my nerves were on edge. I stared at the screen for a while, waiting for something to happen. Minutes passed, but the image stayed still. Eventually, I grew restless and changed the channel, trying to find a news station with weather updates. My flight might be rebooked in the morning if the storm eased. I found nothing useful. Then, a few channels later, the feed popped up again, automatically. I hadn't even clicked on the right channel number. It just appeared, replacing the fuzzy station I was browsing. My hands tightened around the remote. The armchair now faced fully forward. It was angled directly at the camera, as if inviting me to look closer. The box on the floor had moved to the seat of the chair. My heartbeat thundered. I couldn't fathom how a channel could override another. I tried pressing the remote's power button to turn off the TV, but the screen stayed on. I pressed it again, same result. Cold sweat formed on my temples. A flicker of movement caught my eye. My stomach clenched. Something passed across the corner of the screen. It was just a flash, a shape at the edge of the camera's view. Then it was gone. The armchair and box remained. I tried the power button once more, pressing it hard. This time, the TV snapped off. The room fell into darkness, except for the meager light from the plastic tree. My nerves were shot. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to catch my breath. The heater hissed. I decided I needed to get out of that room for a moment, maybe find a vending machine or just walk the hallway to clear my head. I pulled on a hoodie and slipped into my shoes. The corridor outside was mostly empty, with worn carpeting and flickering overhead lights. I headed toward the ice machine, which was near the elevator. The hallway smelled like stale cigarettes. I heard distant voices from another room. I found the ice machine, but it was out of service. Typical. I returned to my room after a few minutes, feeling no better. The door felt lighter when I pushed it open, as if the lock didn't catch properly. I made sure it was secure once I was inside. The lamp flickered and the heater rattled, but everything seemed normal. I glanced at the TV, half expecting it to turn on by itself. It stayed off. I sat in bed, telling myself to calm down. I reasoned that maybe it was a local station doing some odd broadcast, or a test pattern gone wrong. Still, I couldn't shake the image of that armchair. I wanted to sleep, but my mind buzzed with questions. My body felt tired, so I lay down again. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I remember was a jarring sound, like static bursting from the TV speakers. I bolted upright. The TV was on, showing that same dim room. The camera angle had changed once more. It was closer to the chair, almost at eye level with the seat cushion. The box was on the floor again, partially open this time. I could see what looked like a small figurine or doll inside, but the image was too grainy to tell. The static noise crackled intermittently. I stumbled out of bed, grabbed the remote and tried turning it off. The remote didn't respond. A faint hum came from the TV. Then the camera jostled, as if someone had picked it up and moved it. The angle shifted left, revealing part of a doorway in the background. My skin prickled. I saw a hand at the edge of the screen, a pale shape with bony fingers. Then it pulled back out of view. My heart thudded in my chest. The camera moved again, focusing on the box. The static grew louder. I had an overwhelming urge to pull the TV's plug. I lunged toward the set and felt behind it for the cord. My fingers found it, and I yanked. The screen went dark, and the hum stopped. I stood there, breathing hard, my mind racing with fear. I'd had enough. I grabbed my bag and stuffed my things into it. I didn't care about the time. I planned to check out and wait at the airport if needed. I left the room, not bothering to turn off the rattling heater. In the hallway, I saw no one. The elevator took forever to arrive, and when I reached the lobby, the lights were dim. The receptionist's desk was empty. A note said, "Back in 10 minutes." I slid my key card onto the desk and walked out the front door into the cold night. Snow was piled high around the parking lot, and the icy wind cut through me. But I felt a rush of relief just being out of that building. I called a cab from my phone, hoping the battery would hold. Thankfully, it connected. I waited in the snow for 10 minutes, shivering, until a taxi pulled up. The driver seemed surprised to see me leaving so late. I told him I wanted to go back to the airport. I sat in the back seat, forcing myself not to look at that hotel as we pulled away. A wave of nausea hit me, remembering the shape of that hand on the TV screen. At the airport, I found a bench near a closed coffee shop and settled in. I had no flight yet, but I felt safer in that busy environment. I dozed on and off until morning, my thoughts still haunted by the images on that strange channel. When the airline counter opened, I got myself on the next available flight out of there. I never told the airline staff or anyone else what happened in that cheap hotel. I just left it behind. The memory still creeps me out whenever I think about Christmas travel. I wonder if I'll ever see that same channel or that same armchair again. I hope not. The idea of that lonely room, the shifting camera, and that pale hand is enough to make me avoid hotel TVs altogether when I travel. Even now, I get uneasy just glancing at a dark television screen, afraid it might flicker to life with an image I can't explain. I first noticed something odd on December 23rd, late in the evening. I was in my living room preparing some last-minute wrapping when I glanced out the window. My neighbor's house across the street suddenly lit up from the inside, despite the fact that he had told me he would be traveling for the holidays. I remembered him saying he would be gone for at least 2 weeks and that the place would remain empty. Yet that night, I saw warm, flickering lights inside, as if a Christmas tree or decorative strands were turned on. I told myself maybe he had set an automatic timer. It wasn't unusual for people to schedule lights to give the illusion that someone was home, especially during travel. I ignored the situation at first, focusing on my own tasks. I finished wrapping, tidied the living room, and prepared to go to sleep. Still, I felt a minor unease. Each time I passed the window, I saw that soft glow across the street. The next day, Christmas Eve, I had errands to run. The neighborhood felt calm and quiet, with many families away or resting at home. Snow covered the driveways, and a few houses had holiday lights turned on. Around noon, I went outside to pick up groceries. I saw no sign of life at my neighbor's place, no footprints in his driveway, no car. Just those faint lights shining through the curtains, even in the daytime. I spent a moment on the sidewalk, looking for movement. Nothing stirred. I shrugged and told myself it was just the timer he had mentioned once before. I got in my car and left for the store. After returning in the late afternoon, I noticed music drifting from his house. It wasn't loud, more like a muffled tune. I recognized it as a slow, old Christmas carol. My ears perked up because I knew for sure my neighbor wasn't supposed to be home. I walked up to my front door, groceries in hand, pausing to listen. The music was faint, disappearing behind the sound of passing cars. I shook off a small chill and went inside. Later, I tried to forget it, focusing on cooking for my own small gathering that evening. That night, while my dinner finished in the oven, I caught a glimpse of movement through the window. My neighbor's lights seemed to pulsate, as if someone was moving near them. The music was now off. or at least I didn't hear it. I considered calling my neighbor to ask if someone else had a key, but I realized it might sound invasive. I told myself there was likely a reasonable explanation. Maybe a relative had arrived unexpectedly. Around 7, I had a few friends over for Christmas Eve. We ate, exchanged small gifts, and shared a bottle of wine. The conversation was lively, and I mostly forgot about the oddities next door. However, around 9, one of my friends stepped outside to get something from her car and rushed back in, saying she heard laughter or voices coming from the supposedly empty house. She even thought she saw silhouettes dancing near the windows. We all looked out my front window, but the curtains across the street were drawn, and the lights inside looked steady. We couldn't confirm anything. My friend shrugged it off as her imagination, influenced by the holiday mood. Later, my guests left, and the night grew quieter. I lingered near my own window, turning off my tree lights and heading to bed. I saw no movement next door. The snow in his driveway was still undisturbed, no footprints. The curtains looked slightly parted, though, as if someone had just peeked outside. I felt a twinge of unease. I grabbed my phone to check my neighbor's last text. He'd said, "I'll be out of town from the 20th to the 2nd. Please keep an eye on the house." That was it. I decided it could wait until morning. At around midnight, I woke up to use the bathroom. I passed my bedroom window and caught a glimpse of lights again, flickering more rapidly this time. I stood there, half asleep, squinting at my neighbor's house. It looked like a party was happening inside. I saw shapes moving behind the curtains, one tall form, another smaller shape, possibly multiple people. I heard distant muffled music again. My heart pounded. I considered calling the police to report a possible break-in, but I hesitated. What if it really was a planned gathering by a friend of his? I didn't want to cause a scene on Christmas Eve without proof. I decided to wait and maybe check in the morning. The next day, Christmas morning, I woke up to fresh snow and bright sunlight. I brewed coffee and peeked out the window. My neighbor's house looked totally still. The lights were off, and there were no footprints or tire tracks. The curtains were drawn tight. No music, no movement. I told myself I must have been dreaming, but a nagging feeling remained. After breakfast, I put on a coat and walked across the street. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I pressed my ear to the door. Total silence. I tested the handle, but it was locked. I took a few steps around the side, noticing no footprints in the snow, no disturbance around the windows. Everything looked untouched. If there had been a party or visitors last night, they left no trace. That unsettled me more than if I had found evidence of footprints. I walked back home, deciding to call my neighbor. He didn't pick up. I left a brief voicemail, wishing him a Merry Christmas and asking if he had guests. I received no reply. Throughout Christmas Day, I tried to enjoy the holiday. I cooked a modest lunch, watched some TV, and phoned relatives. Still, my mind drifted to that silent house across the street. I wandered to the window every so often, checking for any sign of life. The house remained dark until around 4 in the afternoon, when I saw a soft glow through the living room curtains again. The lights slowly flickered. It was a pattern. They'd light up, then fade, then light up again. I felt my skin crawl, remembering how empty it appeared just hours before. By early evening, I heard that low music again, barely audible from my front porch. I decided to step outside, the cold air biting at my face. The sky was dark, and a few people down the street were shoveling their driveways. No one else seemed to notice the music. I listened carefully, confirming it was definitely coming from my neighbor's house. It sounded like a vintage holiday record, with crackling and pops in the track. I stood there for a minute, unsure what to do. Part of me wanted to knock again, but I couldn't bring myself to walk back over. Around 7, I saw something that truly frightened me. The living room curtains parted for a moment, revealing a silhouette in the window. The figure stood still, watching the street. Even from my vantage point, I could see that it didn't move in a normal way, almost as if it was swaying in place. The shape was tall, but the lighting prevented me from making out any features. I felt my heart pound as we locked eyes, or at least I thought we did. Then the curtains closed again, and the light inside flickered. No one opened the door, and no face appeared at the window. Just that tall shape, gone in an instant. I raced to my phone, calling my neighbor's number again. Still no answer. Then I considered calling the police to conduct a welfare check, but I hesitated. I tried to reason that it could be a friend or house sitter, but the way that figure moved unnerved me. Something felt wrong. Finally, I decided to place a non-emergency call to local law enforcement. They said they'd send a patrol car to drive by. The patrol car arrived about half an hour later. I watched from my front window as 2 officers stepped onto the neighbor's porch. They knocked, then peeked through a gap in the curtains. After a couple of minutes, they returned to their car. One officer crossed the street to me, and I opened my door. She told me they saw no sign of a break-in and no sign of occupants. The place was dark when they looked. They asked me if I was sure about the lights and music. I insisted that I was. The officer took my statement, but explained that without any real evidence of a crime, they couldn't force entry. They wished me a good night and left. That night, I felt restless. Around midnight, I glanced out my window again. The lights in that house were dim, but they were there, pulsing like before. Then I noticed faint shadows on the front porch, as if someone was standing behind the railing, just out of sight. My stomach tightened with anxiety. I checked my doors and windows, locking everything. I turned on my porch light, hoping that would deter whoever or whatever was there. I couldn't see the figure anymore when I looked back. In the early hours of the morning, I thought I heard soft music again, drifting through the cold air, but I couldn't be sure if I was half dreaming. By dawn, the house was dark again. No lights, no music, no silhouettes. Over the next few days, this pattern repeated in smaller doses. Sometimes I would catch a flicker of light. Other times, I'd think I saw a shape at the window, but it became less frequent, as if the house was settling back into silence. My neighbor finally returned around January 2nd. I saw his car pull into the driveway in the late afternoon. I hurried outside to greet him, feeling a mix of relief and curiosity. He seemed cheerful, lugging a suitcase and a bag of gifts. I asked how his trip was and hinted about the strange occurrences. He laughed, shaking his head, saying no one else was supposed to have access to his house. Then he checked inside, found nothing amiss. No footprints, no evidence of intrusion, and everything was in the place he left it. He brushed off my story, suggesting maybe I saw the Christmas light timer working oddly, or maybe the house's old wiring caused random flickers. I felt foolish pressing the issue when he was so dismissive. Weeks later, I still recall those silhouettes, that muffled music, and that weird, pulsing glow. I can't explain it. I know the police found nothing, and my neighbor insists it was just a glitch with his lights. Yet I remember distinctly the feeling of eyes on me when the curtains parted, and the faint laughter or voices my friend swore she heard on Christmas Eve. Nothing like that has happened again since he came back. The house remains normal, with occasional lights and a TV glow. Still, every year when Christmas approaches, I catch myself peering out the window late at night, half expecting to see those flickers or that tall shape in the window again. I can't shake the memory of that eerie holiday season and the sensation that someone was in that house, throwing a silent, haunting gathering nobody else could verify. I lock my doors more carefully each December, and I always wonder if the lights across the street will resume their strange pattern once more. But so far it's stayed quiet, and I'm left with that unsettling memory of a Christmas that felt more disturbing than festive.